بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق. خلق الإنسان من علق. اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم. علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. كلا إن الإنسان ليطغى أن رآه استغنى. إن إلى ربك الرجعى.
صرح على أرض الهدى إشراقه غطى الجزيرة من جميل سنائه. متعاظم كالغيث في قطراته. ألق الحياة وسرها من مائه. هي نفحة من نفحة الدين الذي فتح العقول بهديه وبهائه. هي نفحة من نفحة الدين الذي فتح العقول بهديه وبهائه. العين عزم للعلا تشدو له. فلذاتنا سيرا إلى عليائه. والفاء فصل من علوم فتحت تحيي مواتا من جنى أطواره. والتاء ذوق لا يحد عطاؤه. يسترفد الطاقات في أرجائه. هي عفة الأنوار في أرض السنا. قدر الإله وخيره بقضائه. جاءت تبلغ من معين كتابه. اقرأ تنل كرما على إقرائه. هي موطن الإشراق إن عم الدجى. والحق لا يعلو بلا إمضائه. عهد بأن نمضي على سنن الهدى. وسنكتب التاريخ من إملائه. العين عزم للعلا تشدو له. فلذاتنا سيرا إلى عليائه. والفاء فصل من علوم فتحت تحيي مواتا من جنى أطواره. والتاء ذوق لا يحد عطاؤه. يسترفد الطاقات في أرجائه.
تليها 20 سنة أخرى.
وبنات إفتت وبنات إفتت.
For the past 20 years, we have been dedicated to hosting conferences that promote innovation, education, and growth. Our conferences have played an instrumental role in driving the advancement of learning and technology, fostering collaboration between experts from around the world, and providing a unique opportunity for attendees to gain new insights, knowledge, and inspiration. We have welcomed some of the most respected and influential figures in the field, including educators, researchers, and industry leaders. who have shared their expertise and experience and have helped shape the direction of educational technology. We are proud of the impact and contributions we have made over the past 2 decades. We are excited to continue to be a leading voice in the field and to continue to drive the advancement of learning and technology conferences in the years to come.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. برعاية كريمة من صاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة لولوى الفيصل نائب رئيس مجلس الأمناء والمشرف العام على جامعة عفت، يطيب لنا أن نستقبلكم في هذا اليوم لافتتاح مؤتمر التقنية والتعلم الدولي 20 للتعلم والتقنية بعنوان إدتech وصعود Metaverse، والاحتفال بمرور 20 عاماً منذ أول مرة انطلق فيها مؤتمر التقنية والتعلم. يهدف مؤتمر التعلم هذا العام أن يكون نقطة التقاء للمتخصصين لاستكشاف الإنجازات والاكتشافات الحديثة لجعل تجربة Metaverse مميزة. سيجمع هذا المؤتمر بين صناع القرار والأكاديميين والعلماء والممارسين والمهنيين وكبار المتحدثين الرئيسيين لتحفيز النقاش حول أحدث التطورات في Metaverse والتقنيات ذات الصلة مثل الذكاء الاصطناعي AI والواقع الافتراضي VR والواقع المعزز AR والواقع المختلط MR وإنترنت الأشياء IoE والروبوتات وبلوك تشين والحوسبة السحابية إلى آخره.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. Under the patronage of Her Royal Highness Princess Loulwah Faisal, the Vice Chair and Board of Trustees and General Supervisor of Effat University, we are pleased to welcome you to the opening of the 20th International Learning and Technology Conference entitled The Edtech and the Rise of Metaverse, and celebrate the 20th edition of the L&T Conference. The general aim of this conference is to be a meeting point for specialists to explore recent breakthroughs and discoveries to make the metaverse experience more immersive. This conference will bring together decision makers, academics, scientists, practitioners, professionals, and top keynote speakers to stimulate discussion on the latest developments in metaverse and related technologies such as artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, Internet of Things, Internet of Everything, robotics, blockchain, cloud computing, and non-fungible token, NFTs.
سعادة الدكتورة هيفاء رضا جمل الليل رئيسة جامعة عفت، ضيوفنا الأعزاء، أعضاء الهيئتين الأكاديمية والإدارية.
Dr. Haifa Rida Jamal Al-Lail, President of Effat University, respected guests, and dear faculty and staff.
حضورنا الكريم، نود أن نرحب بسعادة الدكتورة عقيلة سريرات، عميدة كلية عفت للهندسة بجامعة عفت ورئيسة مؤتمر التعلم والتقنية 2023 لإلقاء كلمتها الافتتاحية.
And now it's our pleasure for Dr. Aqila, the Dean of Effat College of Engineering at Effat University and LNT 2023 Conference Chair, to give her opening address.
Welcome to the 20th Learning and Technology Conference, 2023, the Edtech and the Rise of Metaverse. I am a product of an advanced artificial intelligence system known as Synthesia, which specializes in converting text into a moving avatar, complete with a generated voice. Your Royal Highness, Princess Loulwah Al Faisal, Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees and General Supervisor of Effat University, Dr. Haifa Jamal Al-Lail, President of Effat University, Dr. Mervet Chomin, Effat University Provost, honored guests, faculty, and students. It is a great honor for me to stand before you today as we gather for the 20th International Learning and Technology Conference at Effat University. The 20th anniversary of this conference marks a significant achievement, showcasing its longevity and success in bringing together experts in the field of learning and technology. The milestone is a result of the dedication and hard work of Effat University, its partners in industry and academia, and the organizing committees, led by the president of the university, Dr. Haifa Jamal Al-Lail. The theme of this year's conference, the Edtech and the Rise of Metaverse, could not be more relevant or exciting. Imagine a world where education is more immersive and interactive than ever before. A world where students can learn by exploring virtual worlds and solving real-world problems. A world where the barriers between the digital and physical worlds are blurred, and where technology seamlessly integrates into every aspect of our lives. This world is the Metaverse. It is not a distant dream, it's a reality that is fast approaching. With a market size predicted to reach $800 billion by 2024, it's clear that this technology is going to play a major role in shaping our future. And it's not just about entertainment and gaming. The Metaverse has the potential to revolutionize education as well. At Effat University, we understand the importance of staying ahead of the curve when it comes to new technologies and how they can be used to enhance the learning experience. That's why we've gathered such distinguished decision makers, academics, scientists, practitioners, and top keynote speakers for this conference. We want to explore the latest breakthroughs and discoveries in the metaverse and related technologies, such as artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, robotics, blockchain, and cloud computing. But there's one technology I want to highlight in particular, and that's generative pre-trained transformer, GPT models. GPT models have the ability to generate natural language, text with a high level of coherence and consistency, making them ideal for creating dynamic and engaging content within the metaverse. Imagine virtual agents that can hold a conversation with you, or virtual worlds where the narrative changes based on your choices. This is the future that GPT models can help us create. For some, this may be the first time you're hearing about GPT models and the metaverse. But I assure you, this is the future we're headed towards, and I urge you to consider the potential impact it can have on our society. The 20th International Learning and Technology Conference is the perfect opportunity to learn more about this technology and how it can be integrated into our lives. Join us as we explore the future of education and witness how technology can assist us in creating an immersive, interactive, and dynamic realm in the metaverse. I extend my gratitude to all of you for attending this conference. I anticipate an enlightening and stimulating time, and I wish you all the best for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
نشكر سعادة الدكتورة عقيلة سريرات.
Thank you, Dr. Aqila.
والآن نود أن نرحب بسعادة الأستاذ رميت هارسنغاني المدير العام لمجموعة شلهوب في الرياض المملكة العربية السعودية.
Our first speaker will be Mr. Ramit Harisinghani, General Manager of Chalhoub Group, Riyadh, KSA. Mr. Ramit is currently head of the Diavalet partnership at Chalhoub Group, and Diavalet, a member of Comité Colbert, is a French acoustical engineering company operating at the intersection of luxury and cutting-edge technology. Ramit will oversee Diavalet's operation in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Kuwait, including opening of monobrand stores, managing exclusive brand partnerships, and driving their regional GTM strategy. He also sits at the board of directors of TIE Dubai's chapter and volunteers his time in mentoring innovative startups and drive initiatives that cultivate entrepreneurship in the region. Ramit loves to travel, and when he isn't, he's enjoying VR gaming, NFT trading, and socializing with like-minded people in the futuristic technology and retail space from around the world. Please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Ramit Harisinghani.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for having me. Good morning to everyone. And thank you for Effat University for the opportunity. Today is a very special day because I came in a bit early and I was walking in the university a little bit, and it reminded me of the days when I was in university 15, 16 years back in Singapore. And I felt a bit of excitement because I would go to university and attend conferences such as this one and hear very visionary people talk about future, about business, about socialization. So for today, I hope I can remotely inspire you as much as they inspired me. But thank you, Dr. Kia, for having me. That's a great presentation that you started with. And what I want to do today is basically talk about evolution. And because of my experience in HTC, which was around mobility, virtual reality, that has always inspired me around what does it mean in terms of futuristic technology. Combined with my recent experience with retail and commerce, I've kind of started talking about the concept of Metaverse. And what I want to try and achieve today in the next 15 minutes is to maybe just take you through a little bit of high-level concepts and a few trends that could be relevant and could be hopefully exciting for everybody to consider. So first and foremost, let's talk about evolution. And the way I want to do this is talk about the last 3 decades. In my opinion, the last 3 decades have seen some of the most revolutionary breakthroughs when it comes to technology, when it comes to the future of computing. I think all the amazing topics I mentioned earlier during the introduction. So I think I'll break it in 3 different areas. First, platforms. If you can see the screen, which is not, I don't know if it's very clear, but I mean, from me, I can see it clearly, but if you can see it, it was PCs, right? Personal computers in 1980s, and started the rise of personal computers, and then moved to something called the web. And now if we think about internet and web, we think it's an obvious thing to have because we use it every day, every single hour. But back then, web was very new. There was still a lot of uncertainty around web technology back then. And then came the age of mobile, which means, in simple words, the computer became smaller. It became smaller, it became more practical, it became more usable by the general consumer. And only the last 6 or 7 years, we heard something about VR or virtual reality. I will come to all of this later, but what I'm trying to show with this slide is that in the last few decades, you've seen a very quick rise in terms of futuristic technology and platforms coming into place. Let's talk about internet. Similar manner, and instead of going into technical terms, I just want to talk about the concept. Web 1, which is the first internet, the early days of internet.
Did you share with the Zoom? Because the people online?
Oh. Sorry. Where is that Zoom thing?
They gave us the wrong link. It's scheduled for yesterday. I'll tell them.
Yes. Okay.
I think you can just continue now. What happened?
Sorry for that. We were trying to connect to the internet, and I'm talking about the internet and the future and the past of internet. So, talking about the evolution of internet, first internet, or Web 1, or 1.0, as they call it, was basically very text-based internet where you had a few websites, it was mostly text-based, there was not a lot of interaction. With Web 2, there was a lot more socialization aspect that came into being, and you were able to create apps. You're able to create apps and basically have social networking websites and advanced functionality. With Web 3, now we talk about blockchain and decentralized internet. This is where the future is, right? I really love this slide. I don't know if you can really see it clearly. This is actually a slide from my previous company, HTC. Obviously, there's a lot of evolution happened in other companies, but I like to take this example. So I joined the company where the arrow is in 2008 when my employer gave me my first phone. It was a PDA with a stylus, and I was very excited that I could transmit an email from a device and it would go to a computer. And then between that and 2016, we saw the rise of Android, iPhone, iOS, all these different amazing phones and devices that came into being. But 2016 was the year where I first tried a headset in Taiwan, and basically when I put on the headset, the application was that there was a whale and I was underwater and the whale passed in front of me. And I didn't understand what this really means in virtual reality, but now I understand how that immersive technology is being used by enterprises, by businesses, and all the futuristic things you hear about Metaverse in terms of immersion. And after that, the company started building accessories and advanced technology and all the other functionality that you can achieve. But if you just pause for a second and look at the last 20 years, we have gone from a phone that has no internet to today, where we're talking about a future where everything is going to be virtual and interoperable and interactive. And I think those last 20 years, 25 years have been extremely, I would say, interesting and exciting for folks like me who've been in the industry. And we can only imagine what the future is going to look like. Metaverse is not a new term. I'm not going to take you through the history of Metaverse or what it means, but the concept of Metaverse, or the concept of living virtually, interacting virtually, and doing things virtually in an immersive manner has existed since 1978. And there have been movies that have imagined a virtual world. In 1992, Neil Stephenson coined the word Metaverse. And then there are multiple platforms like Roblox, Second Life that came into being, which actually has all the core components of what we are talking about as Metaverse today. And then in 2021, the company Facebook, now Meta, announced Metaverse and has given it the prominence that we all know of. So instead of trying to define Metaverse, because I have to confess, I don't know exactly what it means. I don't think many people know. I think it's very, very early stage. What I'll try and do is a slightly different approach and leave some doubts behind, which means we can talk about a few things that actually Metaverse is not, in my opinion. I hear this a lot, that there are multiple metaverses. This is like saying you have multiple internets. Multiple internets. Yes, you have different multiple metaverse platforms, like you have internet websites, but metaverse is a concept of immersive technology, hardware, software, applications, and I think we should not confuse platforms and the word metaverse itself. I hear this a lot, and especially when someone tries a VR headset, that once you have VR headsets, you will only live virtually. I don't think that's the case. Because we are coexisting today with a lot of technology, but we still have the real, physical, and virtual. So I think, and I'll cover that in a couple of slides later as well. I hear this quite a bit as well in terms of what is Web3 and what is Metaverse, and it's been used interchangeably in a lot of places that I hear them talk about it. But Web3 is a very important part of Metaverse in terms of decentralized web, but it's not just replaceable with the word metaverse. More from a business standpoint, this is like in 2010, we would hear companies say that social media is not for small businesses, but 2023, the reality is that small businesses are using social media the most. And similarly, I think metaverse is going to have future applications, not just for hardware companies or software companies, but for small businesses, for folks who want actually to use this technology to talk about their products, talk about their business, or talk about their offer. I think gamers, and this comment, metaverse for gamers, was a bit true when gamers had the natural advantage of having the hardware requirement when it comes to PCs and awareness and access to platforms. And then it was very natural for them to put on a headset and go into that ecosystem. But as and when manufacturers are going to create more products, I think it's going to become very mainstream, like a mobile phone is today. And lastly, in the doubts front, just making an application is not enough. And this is where I feel, if you talk to institutions and corporations in any industry, I think the idea is to understand why do we need to create that content? What is the purpose that Metaverse is going to solve? And only then create that content. What happens is a lot of times the companies create the content and then try and figure out what to do with it. So I think just putting out that application or content experience is not enough. So what does that mean? It's massive. I mean, potentially all industries are mentioned here. And I think today's relevance is obviously mostly on healthcare and education. But even in retail, the background I come from, there's a lot of advanced use cases. And in the later slides, I'm going to talk about a couple of trends and use cases as well. So this is actually probably one of my favorite, learning in healthcare, and HoloLens by Microsoft, actually. And I'll use one example. They've done plenty. And one of the examples that inspired me the most was during the pandemic in the UK. Obviously, it was very difficult, not just for the patients, but also for the frontline workers and the doctors. They had a combination of, they tried putting together a solution where they would reduce the exposure of frontline workers to the disease. And they used HoloLens and Microsoft Teams, which means when a patient comes in, only the doctor would treat that patient wearing a HoloLens, and real-time feedback was given to another room where the frontline workers were actually seeing it live, not just in terms of video, but in a realistic manner, and actually in terms of numbers that reduced the exposure of the frontline workers by 83%. But not only the exposure, it also reduced the kits that were used in terms of PPE and all the protective kits for COVID actually reduced as well. So it's not only about gaming, like I said earlier, it has practical, real use cases in the real world. Jumping to a little bit more my industry, brands used augmented reality quite often. So this is one example, a natural example of how brands can use augmented reality to talk about their products and their offer. The advantage of augmented reality is all of us in this room, potentially all of us in this room, have an augmented reality device, which is a smartphone, a phone with a camera. And I think a lot of companies are now using this technology. This is for commerce, but also in terms of experience, in terms of gaming. There's quite a few use cases here. NFTs, very proud to talk about NFTs on non-fungible tokens. This actually is an NFT by our group company called Christoffel, and we're very proud to announce that we entered the Web3 world with the first NFT last year, and it sold out in the first 5 minutes. And as a group, we're looking at these technologies even for the future of luxury, retail, and NFTs. So how big is this opportunity? And instead of looking at the absolute number, by the way, actually before I even go there, we as a group, as Chalhoub Group, have released a report called GCC State of the Metaverse. It's available online. Please download it. Obviously, it's focused on luxury, but it's very relevant to the Gulf region. So it's a pretty large opportunity. Instead of looking at the numbers, we all know it's going to be a pretty significant opportunity for all of us to have basically a part to play in it. But what excites me the most is that GCC is actually in one of the best places when it comes to having the right sort of foundations to be able to enter the metaverse. You can see the statistics. A couple of them, in terms of youth, we have 45% of people under the age of 30. And then you have Saudi Arabia has 23.5 million gamers. We have a lot of investments coming in the region as well, more than $500 million that have come in metaverse companies. So as Gulf, I think we are poised to be in a great place to actually explore the potential of the metaverse. My last section of the presentation is about mindfulness. And you might wonder, why am I going from web to hardware to VR to mindfulness? Because I totally believe that we all should understand exactly what we're getting into. That is very, very important. And I like talking about this in every presentation I do, that most of the times the word or is used. We live in the physical world or in the virtual world. We live, or we buy online, or we buy in shops, or we have real relationships or social relationships. But I think the word is and, because it'll always be and. We are in a day today where we're talking about virtual reality. We have advanced robotics. We have laptops, phones, but we also have books. We have real relationships. We talk to our parents. We talk to our friends. So I think it's always going to be and. It's very important to be mindful of that. My last slide is actually a quote from someone I really respect from the metaverse industry. I will let you read it, but the only thing I would like to emphasize is that I think conferences like this, and especially in universities, is a great platform to actually build the foundations of metaverse, not just for business and commerce, but actually to make it a great place, make the world a great place to live, and make us closer and more connected to our loved ones, as going the other way around. This is my 15-20 minutes. Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
نشكر سعادة الأستاذ راميت.
Thank you, Mr. Ramit.
والآن يسعدنا أن نرحب بسعادة الدكتور إبراهيم ناصر، أمين السر والصندوق للمنطقة الغربية، معهد المهندسين الكهربائيين والإلكترونيين.
And now we'd like to welcome our second keynote speaker, Mr. Ibrahim Nasser, Secretary and Treasurer of the IEEE Western Region. Please, a warm round of applause for Mr. Ibrahim Nasser.
Thank you, everyone. Unfortunately, it was for Dr. Adnan, but he couldn't make it, so I took the pleasure. Thank you for attending this important conference. And starting lately, when I joined here with the word of Metaverse, I could imagine that the next version of the 21st International Learning and Technology Conference could be on a Metaverse. Like we can imagine that we are in a virtual room, standing here virtually, and you are attending virtually. Maybe this could be the plan. Anyway, before I start, I just want to, because my planned presentation is about IEEE and the Western Saudi Arabia section, but I want to just emphasize on the contribution that IEEE has already developed and added to the Metaverse technology. IEEE already started the standard association. IEEE has a very active standard developed in many areas, like, the Wi-Fi, USB 802, all these standards. So in the Metaverse, they created the Metaverse Community Committee Group. And I will share the link with Dr. Aqila. And all of the researchers and the developers in the area of Metaverse are welcome to join these standard groups and add their contribution to the standard that could be used in the future. The second thing is also the IEEE Learning Network. This is available for all IEEE members and students, professionals, everyone. And I'll share the link as well. And this is also has some online and content that is useful to introduce the AR, VR, Metaverse related topics. Can we start? Okay. This is not the presentation. This is not the presentation. Can someone run the presentation? This is on? This is not the file. Okay. Just received now, because the member development team, they announced that we have an increase of IEEE members year-over-year numbers. We increased by 4.4 thousand growth, 4.4% growth, and the total number for 2022 is 427,780 globally, the IEEE members in 2022. Hopefully this year also we will have more members, inshallah, coming. And this is for the second year on the row, because since the pandemic, okay. Yes, this one. How can you connect this to the screen? I think on the Zoom it is there, but not on the screen here. So how can I show it here? Okay.
Sorry for that.
Okay. Allow me to switch to Arabic. I prepared this in Arabic, so if you need anything in English, I will be glad to answer any. Okay. عن ال IEEE هو ترجمة عن Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. It's أكبر معهد تقني في العالم، يعني أغلب مهندسين الكهرباء، الكمبيوتر، الإلكتريكال، electronics related, which also Metaverse and Augmented Reality كله falls under the IEEE. هي مؤسسة غير ربحية من المهندسين والتقنيين في جميع أنحاء العالم. زي ما ذكرت هم بيحط يعني جزء كبير من العمل اللي يقوموا فيه هو وضع الستاندردز اللي تخص كل مناحي الحياة اللي لها علاقة بالكهرباء والإلكترونيات والكمبيوتر والتقنية بشكل عام. زي ما انتم شايفين أحد الأعضاء القدامى في ال IEEE كانوا هم اللي هو توماس إديسون، ألكسندر جراهام بيل. هذه بالأرقام على مستوى العالم. طبعا أنا ذكرت الرقم الحديث لأنه لسه واصلني بعد ما عملت البرزنتيشن. So now it's more than this number 442. في أكثر من 160 دولة. عدد الطلاب والطالبات المسجلين هو حوالي 124,000. وفي حوالي طبعا جامعة عفت عندهم فرع طلابي ما شاء الله عليهم. They are very active ودائما بيطلع منهم شغل رائع جدا يعني. 3422 فرع طلابي على مستوى العالم في 39 جمعية علمية. المؤتمرات العلمية زي اللي احنا بنحضره اليوم في حوالي 1900 في السنة تقريبا. في 200 وأكثر من 200 مجلة علمية. بالنسبة لفرع المنطقة الغربية هذه جزء من المناطق التي يغطيها منطقة مكة المكرمة، منطقة المدينة المنورة، منطقة الباحة، عسير، جيزان، نجران، تبوك، وكل ما يقع في المنطقة الغربية بالنسبة للمملكة السعودية. طبعا العدد الآن طبعا زاد عن 736 تقريبا، وصلنا 790. العدد ما كان طبعا هذا كان السنة قبل الماضية. الآن في إصدار اللي هو السنة 2022 نسبة النساء زادت أكثر من 37%، فما شاء الله عليكم يعني. في 16 فرع طلابي في المنطقة الغربية فقط يعني. عندنا حوالي زي ما انتم شايفين أكثر من 6 أو 7 جمعيات علمية متخصصة زي ال IEEE اللي هم المور أكتيف، IEEE Computer Society والباور and Energy Society. Others we have branches، يعني في فروع موجودة ولكن ليست بنفس الفعالية. عندنا ال IEEE TIMS اللي هي جمعية إدارة التقنية والهندسة، واللي هي Electronic Devices اللي هي الأجهزة الإلكترونية، الفوتونكس، وتقنية النانو تكنولوجي. النانو تكنولوجي برضه is very active. الفوتونكس والإلكترونيك devices they have a very active branch في الكاوست ما شاء الله عليهم يعني. ده الستركشر أو الهيكل التنظيمي لل IEEE. الويسترن سعودي أرابيا، Eastern Center and Western they fall what they call regions. IEEE have 10 regions وإحنا في region 8. Region 8 is Europe, Africa, Middle East. And under our section we have affinity groups, young professional, women in engineering, and then the technical society اللي هي power and energy, computer society, etc. and the student branches. بشكل عام تكلمنا عن الميزات اللي هو الانضمام إلى جمعية فيها عدد كبير من المحترفين والمتخصصين وبصراحة هي مصنع للقيادات والتعلم وإنك توصل إلى المعلومة الأحدث يعني بالنسبة للآي تريبل إي. تمام. هي الجمعية طبعا تطوعية غير ربحية بشكل كامل يعني. زي ما قلت اللي عاوز يحترف يحصل على مهارات القيادة، مهارات التعارف، مهارات التواصل إلى آخره. IEEE is the best place، خاصة في التخصصات اللي هي لها علاقة بالتقنية بشكل عام. في فرص طبعا تطوعية عندنا في كل student branch is the start point، يعني أفضل وأسرع وأحسن بداية للتطوع والعمل في IEEE هو to be active in the student branch. Then you will go to the اللي هو level of affinity groups, then the section level, then the region level, then the global level. هذه بعض الأمثلة على الفعاليات اللي انعملت مع IEEE Global. طبعا very famous. I don't know if Effat contributed with IEEE Extreme, بس IEEE Extreme is a well-known competition. هي مسابقة عالمية في تقريبا 24 ساعة برمجة تحدي على مستوى العالم. واتوقع يعني العام الماضي فرع الأردن أو أحد جامعات الأردن فاز في المراكز الثلاثة الأولى. يعني ودائما جامعة الملك عبد العزيز أتوقع من الفيري هاي رانكينج تيمز جلوبالي. وفي سومو روبوت وزاد الستودنت بيبر كونتست. and I want to add اللي هو student awards. كل سوسايتي فيها student awards يعني for student usually junior ولا senior student. I welcome them to apply to student awards. هذه صور من 2021 Extreme Competition. كانت جامعة جدة، جامعة الملك عبد العزيز، جامعات مختلفة شاركت. هذه السومو روبوت. هذه فعالية كانت في جامعة الملك عبد العزيز اللي هي IEEE Day usually in October. هذه بوسترز وصور من بعض الفعاليات اللي كانت تمت خلال السنوات الماضية. ما شاء الله يعني في ناس حصدوا طبعا في just received 2 days ago IEEE Young Professional Western Saudi Arabia got a Hall of Fame honorable mention which is a global recognition from IEEE. هذه أمثلة على ال IEEE conferences. هذا كان في الطائف اللي هو NCC، وكان في جامعة أم القرى من حوالي شهر كان ال 5th edition of the NCC conference. وهذه Women in Data. This was in Taif and this was also in Taif but in different time. Usually for students this code works as when you join for the first time you get a 50% discount. هتاخد اللي هو membership for 1 year with 50%. This works only for the first time. يعني هذا عرض أتوقع still works. If it doesn't work, I advise you to wait till March. There is another offer is coming, inshallah. Thank you.
نشكر سعادة الدكتور إبراهيم ناصر.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim.
والآن نود أن نرحب بسعادة الدكتورة بليانا بوفا، الأستاذ المساعد في الفلسفة جامعة الأخوين إفران المغرب.
Our next speaker, Dr. Biljana Popova, Assistant Professor in Philosophy at Al-Hazzaa University, Morocco. Dr. Biljana obtained her first doctorate in philosophy at the University of Sofia, St. Clement Ordisky. Her thesis examined the veridiction techniques in the politico-philosophical discourses of the Abbasid Caliphate, and more concretely, in the politico-philosophical project of Abu Nasr al-Farabi. She's currently working on the completion of her second doctorate at the Educational Department at Lancaster University. Her research interest is in artificial intelligence through the prism of Islamic philosophy, epistemology in Islam, truth-telling techniques in Islam and other religions, gender construction from an Islamic philosophy perspective, commodification, marketing, and internationalization of higher education. Please welcome Dr. Biljana Popova.
Excuse me. Oh, okay. So hello. I understand that you can hear me. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And I'm very thankful for this invitation on behalf of Dr. Aqila Sarirete, and inshallah next time, like Dr. Nasser said, we're going to meet in the metaverse. I just would like to know whether you can see my PowerPoint, or should I share my screen? Whatever is easier. أما في المستقبل في الميتافيرس سوف سنكون meta conversing, so share it. Okay, so let me share with you my presentation, which I think this should work now, and I think you should be able to see it. So I hope this is clear. Just one second. Okay, great. Thank you so much. As the previous panelists talked about, I talked about the metaverse in general. My focus is a little bit more philosophical, and this is the beauty about the 21st century, that philosophers and engineers can jointly work on these fantastic futuristic plans. So I would like to briefly talk about how the metaverse can be perceived and as more than a medium in education. What is its positionality towards vis-a-vis religion at this current moment? How the metaverse and Islam are presented currently in the popular media. What is an edu-metaverse, and how this can enhance the future of Islamic studies today and in the future as well. And finally, I'll focus on three main possibilities that the metaverse offers for Islamic studies and their development. So I also start a little bit historically, and I think it is fair to claim that this moment of history is the second time where humanity makes a huge leap in terms of knowledge transfer. So as you well know, in the beginning it was just the reality as we perceived it directly in a phenomenological way, and the question was how to transmit knowledge through what medium. And obviously, in order to bridge gaps between past and future, language appeared, and especially written language, which had an enormous effect in terms of transmission of knowledge, because it reduced reality into a very disciplined and quite limited medium, if you think about it. So through from languages, scripts that represented language more through imagery, we went through more abstract ones, and then with the new millennia, we had the opportunity to go back and include images again and get out a little bit of the logocentricity which knowledge transformation used to control. And now you can imagine how with an emoji we can transmit meaning much easier globally in terms of understanding texts. So what about the texts which were written hundreds of years ago? by people we don't know quite well. Now, this was the first leap, and the second leap is now with the metaverse, where we're allowed not to reduce reality, but rather to augment it. And that is something completely different, which absolutely will change the way we perceive education, but also knowledge. So how does this relate to religions? Well, in scholarly literature, we can see that the main questions raised by, by scholars in religion are ethical questions in terms of whether a sin committed virtually would also be counted as a sin in real life, in our reality, or whether something is halal or haram. But actually, I would like to focus on the structures, and as the previous panelists mentioned, in terms of metaverses, I agree the concept is a metaverse. And then here comes the question of structures, because each religion mentioned by scholars in the literature has a completely different structure. Not only, I have focused here on the Abrahamic religions, of course, but not only within the religion, but also across religions. So Islam, Sunni, Shia, and Khariji Islam has different hierarchies, different structures, not to mention the pyramidal structure of Catholicism, and then or of Orthodoxy, which is within Christianity, and Judaism tradition have completely different versions of how knowledge is systematized and how religion interacts within community and the ecclesiastical professionals. So the question is, for example, whether if religion is practiced in metaverse and it's Catholic, so should Rome be the center? The same would apply to Islamic questions of how imams communicate with the communities and so on, and what is a community and what is a broader global context. So these questions are raised in literature. But then. Let's see what's happening in popular media in terms of Islam. And I must mention that so far, the engagement of Islamic scholars with the metaverse is still, and also with artificial intelligence and all, Internet of Things is still quite limited. The same trend is seen in other Abrahamic religions as well. But in the popular media, we can see that there is a huge interaction and there are important debates. Mainly they're focused on either worship activities or practices, including, we have to mention here, the recreation of the holy spaces of Mecca and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam mosque. This is all celebrated, but on the other hand, questions arise of whether this is legitimate practice, legitimate worship, and so on. And also, a lot of debates are going on about cryptocurrency, finances, business, and whether this is halal or haram, and whether it could be engaged, it could be enhanced by Islamic financial practices that concur within the religious practices. So only one platform is most famously known to engage with education, and our focus is definitely on education. That is Peter Gould's platform that allows children to engage with STEM sciences and from an Islamic perspective. So in terms of education, so from religion and media, and I claim that metaverse cannot be considered as simple a medium of translation. It would be definitely a universe, all right? So a much beyond the usual mediums of transformation, transporting information. So in the literature, again, what we find is one concept, which is called the edu-metaverse, which I think still is not quite clearly defined and needs a refinement. But I'm sure that this will come in the very near future. But overall, the edu-metaverse is education within the metaverse and platforms that engage with education in the metaverse. And most authors argue that it allows a fantastic opportunities for student-centeredness, flexibility in terms of going beyond space and time limitations, but also beyond identity, specific identities and limitations with the avatars, It offers a lot of multimodal and rich sensory experiences, where now here we're getting out of the logocentricity of the usual and traditional transformation and translation of knowledge, where beyond the texts, which has usually been the mean of knowledge, students can engage with all their sensors. And of course, it offers high-risk educational scenarios that can be conducted in safe spaces, such as going into a volcano, going down the sea, working with dangerous materials, which is very important for construction and chemistry and other fields that interact, where professionals usually interact with dangerous chemicals or dangerous materials. A complex training at lower cost, which is absolutely clearly seen in all the scholars who talk about especially surgery and medical professionals. And as well, in terms of augmented but not immersive reality, in terms of augmented reality, it definitely offers information that is interactive and facilitates the interaction with the external environment. I must note here that most of the scholarly literature is focused definitely on STEM sciences. Very few mention the importance of culture or religion or rather the future of the culture and religion in the metaverse, and I think this is a key point. Mostly it is mentioned, the importance of culture and religion are mentioned in terms of soft power and international relations, and I think there is much more to it than this. So where do they join? Where do they meet Islamic studies and the metaverse? Well, the current state in Islamic studies as a field is such that it is claimed to be in a slight epistemological crisis. Because in the West, Islamic studies in general started pretty much massively, started in the colonial and imperial periods, where there was a clear differentiation between us and them, and the approaches were mainly based on anthropology, ethnography, linguistics, and not on theology or religious studies, because the differentiation was clear, and the aim was clear, mainly to propagate industrialization, capitalism, and colonialism, of course. This has changed, of course, throughout the three past centuries, and now the more us and them is no longer a barrier in this globalized world, and then, therefore, cosmopolitanism is emerging as a question of how to rethink Islamic studies in the West. But in Muslim countries as well, Islamic studies has its own epistemological crisis is going through right now, because it is believed that most scholarly authors argue that Islamic studies are too linked to the state, to a particular state governments, and they are too separate from STEM and social sciences, and therefore the questions comes whether we could borrow approaches from the social sciences in order to advance Islamic studies, whether, for example, studies traditional disciplines such as fiqh or hadith studies or sirah nabawiyya and so on could be approached through Western social studies. That's some of the trends in Islamic studies right now, and whether Islamic studies hasn't enhance some kind of separation and stratification even within society, and whether it's not too focused on the past and ignoring the future or the present. All the while, it is believed that Islam is a comprehensive human-centered civilizational project, always responsive to change, and that doesn't seem to be, at least at the current moment, very reflected within the academic field of Islamic studies. So that reflects on the general perceptions of Islam in general. Many authors claim that there is a general feeling of Islam being marginalized, compartmentalized, or used for populist politics, or that is not enough. That scholars should borrow research approaches and epistemologies from other sciences developed within the Western paradigm. or that Islam is too linked to state politics and that cooperation, international cooperation, is too limited at the current stage. In addition to that, the traditional within the last 200 years actually, but not beyond that, monodisciplinary approaches that have been imposed, all this comes into raise questions, and many scholars think that the Islamic studies should be rethought in order to address current and contemporary issues in Islamic societies, forgive me. What I propose, and I think should be a course of action, is to tackle this epistemological crisis and these questions that are raised within the Islamic education and Islamic studies fields, both in the Muslim countries but also in the West. Actually, I think the Metaverse offers fantastic opportunities for that to address both. It will be a two-way process, right? I have focused only on 3 opportunities, although, of course, you better than I know that there are much more. One is to use live vlogging, which will enable precisely to capture living Islam. And that addresses the question of the accusation made by many that Islam is treated right now as a stagnant religion, that is not, the studies do not address socioeconomical contemporary issues, and that there is a clear separation where Islam is a ritual, but actually other normal life goes with STEM practices, which I disagree with, obviously. So through live logging, living Islam can be captured in terms of the richness of discourses, interactions, social dynamics, which are not often captured, and which every participant in a Muslim context knows and practices and actually enacts, but few are tackled from an academic perspective. So this collection of data and would allow the crossing of barriers of this strict monodisciplinary approach that currently is predominant. The next, I'm hurrying because I don't have the time. Okay, so I'm a bit late. So the other opportunity that the Metaverse offers is mirror worlds, which is, they could be immersive, they could be also just augmented reality, but anyways, it is about capturing the here and now and comparing it to the other here and now. And that could go from looking at the city like for Cordoba or the Holy Mecca or Baghdad or any of the cities which are famously linked to Islamic heritage, or Islamabad or other cities, and see them now and also maybe perhaps engage historically with how life was before. This could be done also with current. It doesn't have to be only a promise to the past. This could be also a promise to the future, in a sense that we capture now what the world is in a mirror image, and then we can, after in years, analyze our own development. And many it could be used for urban planning, of course, sustainability and migration policies and so on. And the last opportunity that I would like to mention here is, of course, immersive virtual reality, where beyond time and space, of course, limitations, it opens fantastic opportunities for global cooperation, diversity, inclusion, but multicultural perspectives, and most importantly, metalinguistic experiences, which I think is one of the greatest things that Metaverse offers. And therefore, I think that both the Metaverse on one side from a technological perspective, from an engineering perspective, as well as Islamic sciences from a perspective of humanities and social sciences, can benefit from each other. And therefore, I think there should be a focus on or an intent to create an open access educational platforms that could help in the systematization of centuries of accumulated knowledge, to present it in new, accessible, and contemporaneously relevant ways. to produce new knowledge within an Islamic framework, not by borrowing epistemologies and ontologies from the West, but actually developing the ones that are within an Islamic ontology and epistemology, and to address contemporary socioeconomic, psychological, sociological, ethical, moral issues, and promote and develop advanced technologies. So this is in brief what I wanted to share with you. Thank you so much again for the invitation, and Meta, see you soon. Thank you.
نشكر سعادة الدكتورة بليانا.
Thank you, Dr. Biliana.
الآن سنبدأ الجلسة الحوارية الأولى بعنوان مستقبل التعلم، الفرص والتحديات في عالم ميتافيرس. سيدير الجلسة سعادة الدكتورة المهندسة بسمة الزين، مدير عام تكنو فالي بجامعة التكنولوجيا بجدة.
And now we'll start our first paper session. The title of the paper session is The Future of Learning: Opportunities and Challenges in a Metaverse World. This session will be chaired by Dr. Engineer Basma Al-Zain, Director General of UBT Techno Valley. Also, Dr. Basma held numerous positions, such as Director General of Governance and Sustainability Center, Dean of Scientific Research at UBT, Research Assistant at KAUST, Faculty Member at Dar al-Hikma University, and Associate Researcher at IEMN France. She has 22 years of experience in the academic, research, renewable, and economic development fields. Dr. Al-Zain is a Grand Judge at Intel ISEF USA, also examiner at King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, and a renowned guest speaker at many international conferences on renewable energy and nanotechnology. Please give a warm round of applause for Dr. Engineer Basma Al-Zain.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for this kind introduction. So starting this session about the metaverse challenges and opportunities in education or the future of learning, I would like to call our colleagues who will join our panel for today. We're starting with Professor or Mr. Ramit. So please, if you'd like to join our panel. Our second speaker is Dr. Ibrahim Nassar. So please also join our panel. And our third panelist is Dr. Biliana. Maybe she will join us over Zoom. At the Transforming Education Summit in September 2022 at the UN General Assembly in New York, leaders around the world met to confront what they called a global learning crisis. Their goals to help every child get their future back on track post-pandemic, rebuild lost trust in public education systems, and persuade heads of state to commit to radical change. Perhaps it's not a surprise then that radical change in education is not happening top-down via politicians, but bottom-up via startups. It's entrepreneurs, technology platforms. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Can I continue the introduction and I will call her? Yes. Okay. It's the entrepreneurs, technology platforms, Web3 and Metaverse pioneers, gaming companies and entertainment brands that are reinventing education, that are piloting new ways of learning and creating new routes to skills-based rewards and recognition. Please allow me, I'm sorry, I forgot to invite Dr. I'm sorry, I don't have the name. Dr. Marsha as also one of our panelists. I'm sorry. So in this session, we will discuss and present the challenges, the opportunities, and the best practices of using Metaverse as a platform for learning, including the creation of immersive and experiential learning experiences and the potential for the Metaverse to foster social interaction and collaboration. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I want to congratulate Effat University for this leadership in the teaching of e-learning and these conferences. And as some of you may know, I was the founding dean here in 1999. And one of the most fascinating little factoids that I can tell you is that when I got here in 1999 at Effat University, Effat College in those days, there was no access to internet in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In order to go onto the internet, in order for me to see my emails, I had to call long distance to Bahrain and do a long distance call. And we were the first institution of higher education to get the internet in, I think it was in January 2000. So just think of how far we've come in this discussion about e-learning and the possibilities of the metaverse. That's number one. Number two, there is so much fear about the metaverse and about teaching, especially for professors in the humanities and social sciences, languages, trying to imagine what this would be like. I had the most remarkable experience of being invited to Dassault Engineering in Paris, where I was invited into their virtual laboratory where they actually made a real airplane and they actually built a real Citroën car. And while I have all the fears of people of my generation, I graduated from university in 1960, I think that the future, and the future for Saudi Arabia, in knowing about the metaverse and in learning about all the different possibilities in technology, will offer a great, exciting leap forward. Okay, and later I want to mention that I think in academic evaluation, the using virtual reality is going to be really important, but I'll talk about that later.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marcia Grant, the Distinguished Mentor in Global Liberal Education. So we have 30 minutes to discuss this important topic that the whole world maybe is talking about, the future of learning. So maybe I can start by, in your opinion, now with this changes that's happening all around the world, especially right now with the UNESCO Vision 2030 in education, focusing on skills portfolios and competencies portfolios instead of just knowledge. How do you think that metaverse, or in your opinion, will have this potential impact and will help really to achieve the Vision 2030 of the UNESCO? Maybe we can start by Dr. Ramit.
Thank you very much, and it's again a great privilege to be with such esteemed guests and talking about something very relevant in today's time. Let me answer that question maybe slightly differently in a way that if you talk about metaverse, I also want to kind of break the term metaverse into understanding the hardware side of things, which is the technology, and then the use cases which is the applications itself. So I'll focus more on the application bit in this answer. I believe a lot of responsibility lies in corporations and this time around, because in my opinion, when the mobile technology was being built, when you talk about computers or smartphones, I personally believe that there were companies that were building the phones and there were companies that were building the software. And then it was a bit disjointed. I feel it took a lot of time, many years passed by when they started understanding that it needs to be done together. I believe the responsibility for that is with us now. I'm sorry I'm taking a slightly longer turn to answer your question, but the idea is that any skill or any learning-based experience, I think needs to be done with the manufacturers in place, with the developers in place, with universities, with corporations, all coming in together in one framework and deciding what, or rather discussing what is it that we're trying to achieve. I believe a lot of times individual companies and corporations are doing their own thing, but to achieve that vision, I believe everybody needs to come together. That is my first and foremost point that I want to make. And then with the immersion, with the immersive technology, I think it's a proven study that it always increases retention, it increases experiential feedback. It also helps you, as an example, in surgeries, I've read somewhere that actually training certain surgeries on VR are more efficient than actually doing it in real person. So I feel when you put all these things together, I believe it should absolutely help in increasing or enhancing the skill set required for any learning-based profession or even education.
Thank you. In learning and technology, I will be very specific because already Dr. Ramit already started a nice introduction. With the Vision 2030, I think they are going to more focus on giving or acquiring skills. Part of these skills require technical, I mean, if you look at the equipment or infrastructure required, you will be talking about massive investment required. But with the, I would say, the technology and the advancements happening with the speed of advancement that is very, very fast, you can utilize the software, I would say the software infrastructure to save on the budget quite heavily and create an environment that is useful to transfer a skill from someone from a machine, or using a machine that it does not coexist physically, but you can transfer it on Metaverse to the learner or to the educator. I think this is quite clear, and I saw some examples adopted in many universities and colleges here in Saudi Arabia. So the idea is there. People are trying to co-op with the advances that's happening in the technology to be able to transfer skills from people who are skilled, but maybe the equipment cannot be transferred easily to the kingdom. So even from city to a city, I think that's where the Metaverse gives the solution. That's my answer.
I'm going to pass. I want to talk later about evaluation using the Metaverse.
Maybe we can go to Dr. Bilyana, if you can also give us your perspective in this regard. Dr. Bilyana, can you hear us? I think we can move on with the second question. As we know that for building the infrastructure of education, or especially for the higher education, it means that we need to think about professors.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, I think one of the trends which I've seen educational literature has been that people deliberate whether they could recreate the educational settings that we have currently into the metaverse. This is not a massive, I don't think it's a majority, but I think a majority of scholars, but I think there is this trend, which was unfortunately seen as well with the online technology that we used during the pandemic, where people tried to recreate exactly the physical space and the physical interactions that we normally have into to the online platforms. And that, I think, is very problematic. I think we should even focus more attention to the fact that the medium has its own requirements, and they're completely different. And I do not think that we can translate in any way the current practices in education, which in any case were created in a specific historical context. And they're, as you know very well, every other industry advances quite quickly. Education is the one that is pretty conservative in terms of its physicality and the interactions, modus operandi, if you wish. So I hope that the metaverse really will offer opportunities to rethink radically education in terms of physical interactions, in terms of hierarchies, in terms of students' roles, and actually faculty role as well in the metaverse, definitely. So I think it will be a radical change. This is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll move to the second topic, actually, about the implementation of, or the change of the educational system. So talking about professors, about the curriculum, about the material, to be sure about the tools, the infrastructure, the teaching pedagogy, or the teaching methodology. So in your opinion, what are the best practices that we can have in order to design and implement effective learning experiences within the metaverse?
Well, I will start on this one. A few years ago, there was a paper written by professors here at Effat University talking about how ethics had been woven into the education of Effat University, using a philosophy based on the word ikra. And already there is an interesting folding in of philosophy from Islam into the ethics of the university, so into teaching, that faculty will be aware of the values and the ethics that are required of a practicing person in this university, which is very important. One of the problems that they raised was the evaluation of a student. How do you examine a student in a way that will be fruitful? And I started thinking this is a conference where we could talk about how can examinations be a learning experience, not what is in the student's head, not what have they memorized, but how can the student learn something new from an examination. And this is a challenge I want to make to all the faculty and trainers in this audience. Don't look for just something that people have memorized. Give them an examination that will challenge them to think during the examination, not to regurgitate, but, and I think the challenge will be, how do you write an examination, maybe a metaverse examination, where the student is given a situation and has to say how he or she would resolve it. And that we need to figure out how then would we evaluate it. How could this one examination, given a problem put into a metaverse situation, then be given to 100 students, 1,000 students? And that is my challenge to you, because we're not there. But for me, as an educator who has led universities around the world, my hope, and I'm not sure that I ever succeeded, was to give examinations where students would actually learn while they were taking the examination.
Thank you, Doctor. as you said, the assessment is a challenge, and I would mention that starting when the pandemic started, we started seeing different ways, and some of them were successful, some of them half successful, some of them were failure. And when like virtual learning started and virtual assessment started, and we were forced in using them somehow. But that were the time we learned most, that we have to use this tool, and we have to assess the skill if the student receives successfully, fully, half, the percentage. So, coming to the metaverse, this is like fully making the educational process out of the physical work. I mean, you could be anywhere doing or attending a lesson or a learning session, or it will be in progress. But then, after delivering the skill, how to assess the trainee or the student fully acquired the required skill. This is a challenge, and it's ongoing, and I see still development, a huge development going on. Still, I didn't see a full product that can satisfy this requirement, and I'm still following and reading more and following on the progress on that. Where we can see a real solution that can really help, because the delivery is available now. I mean, I can be virtually in a room, and students can attend. I can give a speech, try to simulate to them something, but to make sure that the attendees have acquired the knowledge that I want them to know, still this is not ready, I would say.
Also a member of the IEEE, and IEEE is also focusing on using the latest technology,
yes,
especially in the courses and the education. How do you feel that this can really help? How IEEE can enforce, let's say, this direction of using metaverse, virtual reality, or any new technology in building those skills that we are missing, let's say, nowadays?
As I already, mentioned, that they already started a standards committee, several standards committee related to augmented reality and related to metaverse. And as I said, all the researchers and developers in that area, they can join and add to that standard. And soon, if the standard is ready, it will be published and everyone can use. Yeah. And one more point, maybe I mentioned before, when we discussed that coming up with the technical development of standards, we need also to develop the ethics that should govern the usage of technology, especially the X means all the reality standards, as well as the metaverse. Ethics should be also available to govern, and I would say not to limit, but not to spoil the technology and the usage of it.
Thank you. Dr. Ramit, coming from an industrial background, how do you think that education should be tailored, and what is actually the role of metaverse in building and shaping the personality and the skills of the fresh graduate students?
By the way, great points, and I really find them interesting. I'll pick up one aspect probably of metaverse that I'm not an educator, so I'm just going to approach it from a standpoint that there is already an installed base of usage and behavior among students and people around the world. Instead of creating something that is completely new, and the time to acquire that skill to maybe use that platform might take a long time, I would rather take the approach of using what's available in terms of hardware, but more importantly, in terms of experiencing these technologies. So what I'm trying to say, one example is gamification. So what I've seen in training in general, or learning in general, gamification when it comes to training could be any situation. I've read about police officers being trained on a certain requirement, and the application was done, and it was a real experience, but it was gamified in the sense there was a level of achievement, there was a level of collaboration, and I think that was very natural and very intuitive in terms of learning. So I would pick up things like that and almost study let's say the target segment and say, oh, if gamification is big here, then let's try the experience or try the learning methodology using that one thing. But that's just one example. Obviously, there are multiple certain areas in the metaverse that you could use.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bilyana, what's your perspective? Dr. Bilyana?
Yes, thank you. Well, I think my answer is that, even assessment and grading and assessing of knowledge are practices that come from really the 19th century in the sense of the previous industrial revolution. And this is precisely the challenge that education has been so conservative for so long, that changing the concepts of what is knowledge and how we deal with it, it will be challenging. And I completely agree with Dr. Ramit, who mentioned several of the options, how gamification, how precisely the previous examples that we gave about surgery and how it's conducted with the augmented reality. Assessment of knowledge and grading, especially in terms of grades, I think will become something which is irrelevant, to be honest with you, because the question will be how to construct more, how to participate more, and not to assess standardized ways of learning, which were needed for the previous industrial revolution, but I think are not needed anymore. So, yeah, this is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nowadays we are talking a lot about university-industry relationship, especially in also taking into consideration the needs of the industry, and so that our graduate can meet the job market needs. So we are preparing right now a new generation that is equipped with the right skills. What is the role, in your opinion, of educators that should be, and plus also your role as industry, because you are also hosting the interns, so the students who are coming from those universities who are actually seeking to get these skills. So what do you think that their role, and how you think that we should work together in building those skills?
I can, while you were asking that question, I was thinking about when I graduated from my business school, and if I want to be completely honest, the one thing that I took away from that experience was one course of entrepreneurship, and it was actually there were no textbooks, so there was nothing to study there. It was just we were put in a real world scenario where they asked us to build a business plan on a certain. So there were certain KPIs given, certain budgets given. And for me, that actually left a very, I would say, that actually left me very amazed, because I felt that I benefited the most from that course. With all due respect to the other courses as well, but I felt that was very important. But to your question, I think the job for educators is going to be very, very hard. It's a lot of work. I think the contrary belief is that a lot of people think with technology you will need less educators. I actually believe the opposite. I think you need more educators, number one, who understand all these different technologies that you spoke about, and almost putting them in real life situations or real business situations, which can be relatively easily projected in a metaverse platform or a similar lifelike situation. You could collaborate with people from around the world wearing a headset and almost have real conversations like this, and the metaverse, like you said, the conference, exactly, you can collaborate in those ways, and I believe that is as real as it could be, and that gets students ready for the real
world. I think we have here, in the previous, I would say, before 1 or 2 decades, learning curve, I would say, the people will learn about things, read about things and see them come to reality within like 20, 30 years. Now things are developed and coming to reality almost as fast as 1 or 2 months. This makes the time difference between what we give in class and what the student will see in the industry very challenging. It's very challenging. I mean, you can teach him something that already been implemented and he will go to the industry, he will not see it at all. Before it, we were in classes, we were ahead of the industry quite some time. So the graduate will see what we are talking about coming to reality. But now I don't think this. And also I encourage the student to learn from day one in college, because they can work, they can learn a lot of things, they can generate, because now it's not the traditional way of going to work at whatever. Now you can work even from home, you can develop, you can run your own business. A lot of options are available now. We are not coming to the same, I would say, traditional corporate employee. You can be working even before going to college. So doors are open, and I think industry, academic relationship have faced with many changes and many challenges added, but for the benefit of the of the students as well. Big time.
Thank you.
One more thing, I apologize for that. Actually, one thing I should have mentioned, you asked what can educators do. I think this conference is a brilliant start. I mean, and I always say this, these are the sort of discussions which you're going to look back 10 years later and say, this is where it all began. So I want to congratulate the university and the educators here to actually have that conference. I know it's super early, it's very early days, but I think this is a start. This is what I would like to add.
Thank you.
And now I've received an idea from my colleagues. Thank you so much. It seems to me I have not worked with industry. I've worked in diplomacy and I've worked in universities. But it seems to me for those of us who are in universities, we could educate our colleagues. And one example that I have from a university is where the dean would invite all of the faculty, and this is a small enough university, to a monthly brown bag lunch, where 1 or 2 people would talk about an experience they had, perhaps in technology. Someone would talk about their experience of the universe or of the metaverse, and how do you begin to use it in teaching. And then to invite, and this is because we need to reach across the different fields. So someone who is teaching Islamic studies, as we have heard from Dr. Popova, that it would be very important for that person to be talking with someone from IT or from engineering. And look, I think that one of the challenges is going to be for us in our institutions, how do we reach across the aisle and to make these opportunities, whether they're talks, meetings in homes, lunches, because we really can do a lot in learning from each other within our institutions.
I totally agree, and I think maybe to just to comment on what you have mentioned, as we know that the education system has been developed based on the first industrial revolution. And since that time, not lots of changes has been embedded in the educational system. Now we are moving toward the 5th industrial revolution. So I think it's right now the right time to make a big change and to transform the education system in order to meet these new challenges of the world, especially within the 5th industrial revolution, and plus also the need of the job market nowadays. So introducing Metaverse, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and many other also latest technologies. So it's right now the right time. Dr. Bilyana, what do you think? Dr. Bilyana?
Well, I completely agree with Dr. Grant. I think, furthermore, I think that the fourth revolution imposed on industry and on education a very competitive feeling. And that is why I think most faculty don't speak much to each other in a sense, precisely because of this concept of evaluation, even of faculty. And I'm sure in industry the situation is pretty the same. And I think that's why Metaverse really offers our final possibility to really do a paradigmatic shift and emphasize on cooperation rather than collaboration. So lunches where brown background lunches where people share their experience, I think this is absolutely important. And I think on the same lunches, industrial people who work at the industry must participate, because I think this competition of even before education is a little bit ahead of industry, or rather more often than not industry is actually a little bit ahead of education. I think which was needed. I completely understand how it was needed within a certain historical context, but I think the time has changed, and now cooperation is the paradigm here between students, faculty among themselves, and how to find common language is, given that the disciplines have been so separated for centuries, how to bridge that gap and find a common grounds to exchange knowledge is again a huge challenge, and I think it's ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you. As you know that within the G20, the recommendations regarding education were actually about the quality of education, the equality also in getting access to education. In addition, for sure, how can education be linked properly to the market and it's actually meeting the needs of the industry. So how do you think that, or what are the ethical implications of the metaverse education in supporting gender equality in accessing knowledge and accessing education, and also the quality of education?
In general, and you know, under the vision, you have always the targeted skills that we want to have, I would say, to focus on, because these are the required skills for the next generation. So given that for the next 10, 20 or 10 years, you can start from today focusing on these areas, having the right tools, and develop the right tool that you will have by the end of this time, or with this target vision, or the vision, even Vision 2030, one of the ones that I have identified certain area that they want to have people ready to take the responsibility to cover these areas, which most of it also is related to technology and investment in technology all over the kingdom. So coming up with this clear vision, you can start by adapting the required technology that will help you reach the targeted, I would say, skilled people by the end of, by this time, and also another plan for the next generation as well, because you don't know the changes that will happen, or the requirement that will happen for each technology, because even we are now talking about Metaverse and the fifth industrial revolution, Web 3.0, all these things, you don't know how it will go next. So you have to adapt, you have to be fastly adapting to the changes in technology, provide the right manpower, the right skillful people to carry the responsibility, and have the right knowledge to carry on in making the vision reality.
There's a phrase that is used in a fad way, but it's lifelong learning. And that's what university education ought to be about. It isn't about let's give them X skills for the job market. No, 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 no. Let's give our students the ability to do research, the ability to ask questions, the ability to continue learning. When I had my daughter, I found out, I did research. How could I find a good doctor? What kind of a doctor did I want? And could I have childbirth, natural childbirth? I did research. I do research when I bake a chocolate cake. You know, how do you put soda and sour milk together or something? You learn how to use these skills in other parts of your life. So the challenge for us in universities is not just the particular skills, because those are going to change. They're going to change rapidly. But it's creating curiosity, teaching people how to do research about anything in their lives. Anything in our lives. We need to learn. As you get older, you're going to have more health issues. You want to know what's happening to you. So, and the metaverse will help us in that area as well.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bilyana, would you like to add anything? Dr. Bilyana? Yeah, I know. It's going to close. It's just going to leave the last word for her. While waiting for Dr. Bilyana, maybe I would like to add one more thing, is that nowadays we are in need of multidisciplinary research. Now, when we talk about artificial intelligence research, I think everybody thinks
Yes, actually, I would like just to add that in terms of equality, but also health issues and our lives, because after all, life is not only work in that sense that the job market and the skills, I totally agree with that a metaverse will allow us to have a holistic view life as a holistic experience once again. And I would like to add that there are serious ethical questions which I'm curious to see how they'll develop, because that will be the first time where we will be able to interact with each other without having our physical identity. And that goes for gender equality, race equality, and a lot of diversity questions. And it's interesting how this will play out without being stuck to one's own physical identity, how that will reflect on social life, but also on the physical life on the other hand. So these are questions which are also, I think, very important, but the holistic view of life is something which should reemerge. I completely agree with that. Thank you. This is my answer.
Thank you very much. Before I close, just I would like, there is one question, maybe we can take it, and we have 3 questions. It's okay? Okay.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Hi. My name is Mohammed Farhan. So I'm coming from a school perspective. We've been head of academics for about 10 years, and we've closely been monitoring the metaverse recently. Now, the challenges we have faced is what Dr. Marcia has mentioned, is the school assessments. How does school assessment balance between students who are unable to do paper-written exams compared to students who struggle to do so? The majority of the students who get into universities, because the filtration process in universities rates you according to your grading system, which is excuse me, A star to E or 1 to 9. The main objective is how do students choose a degree program which is related to their profession, because majority of the students get into the universities asking for a course that they like to do before they enter the job market. But while they do get into the job market, their qualification doesn't meet their profession. So what they do is they struggle to find that job, and they get into anything that is relatable to it. The metaverse itself, it has been a combination of 3 factors. One is immersive labs, second is augmented reality, and third is makerspace education. Now, when all these 3 were combined into the Oculus, which is created by the Facebook, we get to escalate our education further so students can experience what can happen in the job market before they reach it. So my question is, do you feel that students should experience the job market before they choose a degree through the metaverse? Or is that possible in the close-in time? Because the job market, engineering, medical field, and other fields are quite different to when it comes to training sessions. A lot of companies nowadays in Canada are taking students on board, and they're asking them, okay, you know what, we'll give you the jobs, and we'll pay for your degree while you're taking the jobs. So that makes a lot of sense in today's world. While students are struggling to meet student loans and balancing out and paying off debts, whereas they weren't sure what they were taking because according to their parents, they were guided without, you know, further research. So I feel that the education system needs to embed the metaverse very closely, and I feel that students should be guided more properly before they get into the workforce. So if the assessment criteria through IB, SATs, and Cambridge can improve through the metaverse, I feel that the students will be more prepared into the job market than they are for the past 4 to 5 decades.
Thank you. Can you answer?
I can answer, but not from an educator standpoint, because I'm from the industry. So does everybody else want to answer? Because I have an answer, but it's not from the educator standpoint.
I can say something if you, or then I would like to add one more thing. Please go ahead.
So I think you had multiple parts to your question, and I think one was, if you correct me if I'm wrong, one was do you get a job degree and almost then jump into a profession, sort of not exactly knowing what it entails, versus somehow experiencing that job function in the metaverse and then taking the right decision in terms of education. That is one part. Second one was when you mentioned about the hardware, wearing a headset and experiencing that as well. So if I can answer the second question first. In terms of technology, I don't think anything that is not used widely should be used anyway. I come from a hardware background, but I still don't feel virtual reality headsets today are practical to be used large scale. And then when you, I'm not saying don't use it for research, what I'm trying to say, when you're talking about that level of decision making, the problem with that is there will be certain students or certain people will have access to that, but there will be a large portion of people who won't have access to that. So I think there's going to be a bit of disbalance in my opinion. It will happen, there's absolutely no doubt in my head. And this was this way to answer the first part is that we have the trends, we've spoken about it, of how you've seen computing evolve, you've seen mobile evolve, technology evolve. I think we know it. With Metaverse, I don't think anybody here really knows all the answers, but we know where it's heading. So I think as educators, from my personal view, should be opening up that dialogue to say, where do you think this is heading in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years? What will the jobs look like in 5 years and 15 years? I don't think the answer is going to be the same for both.
Can I add one thing? I've seen in one of the countries, Latvia, they have a program for their graduate students from high school. They call it the Shadow Day. The Shadow Day, where students who have, for example, something in their mind, they are interested in a certain profession, they become the shadow of a professional for 24 hours. I think right now with the use of technology, metaverse, virtual reality, this will allow all our high school students, in order to select appropriately their major, is to have this shadow day, not necessarily physically. Maybe I cannot be physically the shadow of someone, but I can do it through virtual reality and augmented reality and learn what this profession is about, what the doctor have to do from the moment he wake up in the morning till the moment that he goes to bed. So this is actually will help our graduate, our high school students to select appropriately, and using metaverse in this case will be one of the tools that can be used in guiding and helping those students, and I believe also in internship and co-op trainings. Last question, and I'm really sorry because they're asking me to stop.
Thank you very much. This is Dr. Tayyip Rahimi from Effat University, College of Engineering. I try to be fast because of the time. I don't know whether the education system can follow the speed of the technology. So I think there is one point about look into the accelerated learning. How can we be in with the same speed of technology? You can see that every 3-4 months we get a new type of learning and technology, starting from project-based learning in MIT, Makerspace, Metaverse, and now we have GPT, the Chat GPT. So it's very fast. People or students now, they are not using Google anymore. They use youth.com, they use ChatGPT. So how the educational system can turn towards the accelerated learning? Thank you.
Would like to comment?
I fully agree with the point Dr. Tayyip said, that the acceleration in the education is not as fast as the technology is advancing. Going back to the product itself, the user and the developer and the technology focus on the development of the right user and the developer and the technology, the mindset. Because programming as a logic, it doesn't change. Maybe the details change, the flow, so try to focus on creating the right user and developer for the technology. And from the early stage, even as Dr. Basma mentioned, from the school stage. I would say, right person for that technology, in that, I would say, metaverse, as an example, because we have many applications of advancement in technology. Metaverse may be the clear one, but we have many things that is happening even in the actual machines. They are automated by, and the acceleration in automating machines is very huge as well. In the medical field, there is a huge advancement. Now doctors need to learn X-reality techniques because now they are doing operation over link online. So the idea is focus on developing the logic, the mindset, the right mindset of the user and the developer in that technology, and applying it to the current or the future one will be a matter of just time. But that's my interpretation to that question.
Thank you very much. Last question. Yeah.
My name is Amal Abduraouf. I'm a professor at Southern Connecticut State University. I really want to thank all of you. I enjoyed the discussion very much. It's all in my interest field. So learn how to learn, as Dr. Marsha said, and assessment of that is very important. With the new technology coming with its own all the advances and also some concerns coming. So regarding plagiarism, it's part of the learning process, and now with the ChatGPT and all of that technology coming up, do you think the metaverse could be a good solution for preventing plagiarism in that field?
Honestly, I am here to learn. I mean, you all know so much more about this field than I do. But I can, from my experience of going to Dassault Engineering and seeing how they design a car, I mean, that was so exciting to me to open the door of a virtual car and to see how to design a dashboard. I think that there's a lot. My field is international politics. I can imagine setting out a scenario in international politics of negotiation, for example, where we really could use the metaverse very well, maybe to prepare ourselves for another negotiation or prepare ourselves for a paper. For all of us who are behindhand like me, There's so much that we can learn from each other at this conference. So what I encourage you to do is have great conversations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I want to apologize. I meant to say I didn't expect an answer. Definitely now, I'm just trying to come up with the idea. So maybe somebody would be interested in investigating this more.
Thank you. You helped me because really I don't have an answer. I'm looking for the answer as well. As I said in the assessment, my personal, not my personal, it's something that I face wherever I go, is that assessment. Now, we achieved, yes, virtual education happening. We are teaching remotely, very nice. But assessing that the attendees, the trainees, the students have acquired the knowledge or the skills, still we have a lot to do. I agree with you.
I would like to comment on this. Now within the fifth industrial revolution and education within the fifth industrial revolution, people are saying that it's not only about technology, we have to take care of human beings. So values and principles that have to be built in human beings is right now an essential thing. So I think plagiarism can be limited for sure by using technology, but still we as educators, as faculty, as also industry, as professionals, we need to be the role model for those students and apply these values and skills and try to help in minimizing plagiarism and so on. So this is my
if you allow me, just like, maybe I'm not also in the field, Dr. Marsha, and thank you for all the input and the food for the thoughts from all of you as a speaker. I'm Haifa Jamalalail, I'm president of Effat University, and I'm here really to learn also. But when I read about the metaverse, my area is public policy, not really technology, not computer engineering, nothing. But I'm into technology. Everything that really I see, I like to learn about it, even though that I don't have really kind of in-depth information, but maybe the information that helps me really make decisions, make aware of what kind of things that I do. So when I got really interacted with the metaverse first, I just got curious about what is it and how does it work and why we should really make it as a part of our learning and technology. So I asked the specialists, Dr. Aqila and all the engineering department and college really to tell me if this is really a good for conference this year or not. When I learned, which is really the very preliminary kind of understanding, it's I looked at really my time in the US. When I started really learning there, my first course in the master degree. So they gave us a book, something really called Megatrend. And I don't know if you remember this book, but it was really interesting to show the difference between the choices that been given before and the choices that been given in the 80s. So the choices before that, it was really like, vanilla and chocolate ice cream, 2 choices. And then the mega trends is really like, you have the 31 basket robots. So this kind of a very simple kind of examples, it gives the students, it gives the people that really not aware of this metaverse, really like, helps to understand what's behind it. So I just tried myself to understand it's really between the mega trend, the megaverse, the metaverse, the universe, and so I started really contemplating, okay, with all of these kind of terminologies that really is invading our life, but at the same time, it's a necessity now that I give the student that these kind of choices, but with this kind of a big kind of way or wide array of different kind of tools that they have. So looking at the different tools that really in the technology that's available for them and how can they approach different things. So it's not only I am in the major of engineering, so I need to learn about that, but how everybody should know about it into their fields, into their way of learning and teaching. So the universe is not only one universe now. It's really a metaverse. Just to end with that. Thank you.
نشكر سعادة الدكتورة المهندسة بسمة الزين وجميع المتحدثين في الجلسة الحوارية.
We would like to thank Dr. Basma Zain for moderating this session, and we want to extend our utmost appreciation to all our valued panelists for their contribution.
والآن يسعدنا أن نترك لكم فقرة ترفيهية.
And now we'd like to invite Dr. Fida from the Faculty of Engineering for our entertainment session.
So thank you very much. Now we will present an entertainment session regarding some play. I will introduce Habiba and Thamer to present the play.
Habiba, I want to watch you something on the screen. You might like it.
Effat University is a private, non-profit university located in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. It was founded in 1999 and is named after Queen Effat Al-Thanayan, the wife of King Faisal. The university offers undergraduate and graduate programs in various fields, including engineering, business, and design. Its mission is to provide high-quality education to men and women in Saudi Arabia and to promote their advancement in the workforce.
Thamer, who's that speaking in the video? I've never seen her before at Effat University. Is she a student?
That's not a student. That's a real person, but she has no idea what she is talking about since the video was created by AI.
But wait, if the video is generated by AI, does that mean it's not real?
It is real, just not entirely accurate, but hey, it's better than nothing, right?
Well, I guess so, but I'm pretty sure that AI is going to take our jobs next.
Don't worry, I heard AIs are terrible at making jokes, so we will always have that going for us.
Oh no, not my job. I better learn how to code jokes.
Don't worry, AI will not replace our jobs. It will only enhance and support them. Let's continue watching the video.
Effat University was the first all-female university in Saudi Arabia and the first university in the kingdom to offer a bachelor's degree in architecture. The university now accepts male students.
The university is accredited by the Ministry of Education and the National Commission for Academic Accreditation and Assessment, NCA. It is also a member of the International Association of Universities, IEEE, and the Association of Arab Universities, ARU. The university has a strong focus on entrepreneurship and innovation, and offers a variety of programs and resources to support students and faculty in these areas.
The university also provides many extracurricular activities, clubs, and societies to allow students to develop their talents, skills, and interests and to be actively involved in the community. Effat University is committed to providing a quality education for men and women in Saudi Arabia and to empowering them to take leadership roles in their fields and in society.
I am so excited to learn how to create videos like this. And I'm sure that AI is going to help me in my career.
Yes, and it will also help us in creating more efficient and effective content. Let's watch the next video and see how efficient AI in creating videos in a short time.
So in this video, we will show how the students were able to generate such a video. So first, the script was generated by ChatGPT. So all the script was in the previous video was in using ChatGPT. We also created another small video. We will show you how to create another video. First, we use ChatGPT to generate the text about Metaverse. And then we use another tool to generate the background videos of the clip. So it will be related to the text. So this tool will bring some videos, clips that are related to the Metaverse automatically. And after that, we will use another tool, AI tool, to generate some character, artificial intelligence character, who will talk in the video. So we can choose the character, choose the language, and so on. And after that, we can generate the video. So such a video can be generated in like 10
The Metaverse, a digital world where anything is possible. Imagine a place where you can interact with others, play games, and even work, all in a virtual setting. The Metaverse is more than just a digital world, it's a revolution. It's changing the way we think about communication, entertainment, and even commerce. With the Metaverse, the possibilities are endless. It's a new frontier, and we're just beginning to scratch the surface of what it can do. Join the Metaverse revolution today and see what the future holds. The Metaverse, where the future is now.
Wow, AI has improved a lot. It's hard to find the difference or to tell the difference between the human-made videos and the AI-generated one.
Yes, the technology is advancing rapidly. It is exciting to see what the future holds for AI-generated videos.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just want to mention that the script of this play was generated by ChatGPT. So the complete script of this play also was generated by ChatGPT. So at the end, I would like to thank the student in the CS department, like Habiba and Thamer, Aisha and Reem, for their work in these videos. And you will see like the powerful of AI tools, which will help us and will not replace human beings, but it will help us in education and in our life. Thank you very much.
We'd like to thank Dr. Fida and his team of students for their demonstration. Now we're our second entertainment session. There's been a lot of talk about technology. This time we'd like to share with you a touch of magic. So please welcome our second entertainment session.
Yes, okay. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, I'm here now to take out your some stress because you are very stressed in your seminar. Now I'm going to make some entertainment for you. Okay? By the way, some of you knows me. I'm really TikTok who conduct some for your children or some happenings. Okay. Now let's try. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do here is only a trick. No black magic, okay? Some, I'm going to reveal it to you, okay? Ready? You see? Light or lamp? Yeah. This is a light in English, but there is a light here. I'm going to transfer the light over here because I have
already. Now, if you open this one, I'm going to give you a gift only. Hadiah. No, I don't want hadiah given me by the Ismail. And I want you to open this one up to 10 only, yeah? 10. And then, the one in a big. But let me try. If you can make it, I'll give you your hadiah. Okay? Now. Ready? Are you ready? Okay, everybody start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? Yes. Some of you are satisfied, some of you are not. Sir, change please. Change. You go there and you come here. Now, those who are not satisfied, I'm going to tie my name. Yeah, so there's no kids here. All right, ready? All right. I will reveal this one next time if you invite me, for the management. All right, ready? The count of 3. We have no time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much for everybody. Sobran, negative ka. Everybody on the right, spot number 1.
I hope you all enjoyed that. For our next segment, we have undoubtedly our youngest participants of this conference. Could you please extend a warm welcome to the young ladies of the New Wurud School that are here to share with us a little performance. Please, a warm round of applause for the New Wurud students.
والآن نود أن نرحب بسعادة الدكتورة ميرفت شومان وكيلة الجامعة للشؤون الأكاديمية لإلقاء كلمتها الافتتاحية.
It's a hard act to follow, but now we welcome Dr. Mirvat Shuman, Provost of Effat University, for her welcome speech.
Thank you so much, and really it's not fair to get me after this. I will try my best to be short, but at the same time to be interesting. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Royal Highness Princess Loulwah Al Faisal, Vice Chair of Board of Trustees and General Supervisor of Effat University. Your Excellency Dr. Haifa Jamalillah, President of Effat University, our distinguished guest, prominent speaker, and participant conference chair, Dr. Aqila, and Effat University colleague and student. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's my privilege to welcome you all today to the 20th Learning and Technology Conference held under the exciting theme of Edtech and the rise of Metaverse. This year's conference will explore the major impact that Metaverse technologies have on education along with every aspect of our life. Over a decade ago, Effat University envisions a timely platform that brings together educators, researchers, and tech enthusiasts under one roof and functions as the fount for creativity and innovation. Can you open the light? I cannot see. It was a dream that such a platform bridged the existing gap and becomes a leading hub for innovators across discipline to share their knowledge and exchange novel ideas. It was in 2003 that this dream was realized and the first Learning and Technology Symposium was held. Up until today, the conference has covered a variety of cutting-edge themes such as digital literacy, cyber citizenship, edutainment, massive open online courses, and many, many others. The conference has also attracted key prominent figures in the field of science and technology such as Farouk Al-Baz from NASA, Queen Rania Al-Abdullah of Jordan, and many others who addressed large, eager-to-learn audiences and inspired many with unique stories. Now, in its 20th version, the Learning and Technology Conference has always posed the question of what's next. While emerging innovations such as metaverse technologies are seen today as promising instruments that could pave our way to the future, these were also the focal points around which fruitful discussions have always taken place here at the Learning and Technology Conference. This theme with Metaverse was selected for this conference due to its great impact. Many believe the Metaverse to be the next critical paradigm for how we utilize digital technology and networks to connect, cooperate, and enjoy virtual experiences. Teaching in a metaverse platform means textbooks are replaced by integrated video, gaming-style challenges that require students to apply learned skills to compete, as we saw today with our presentation with the student. It may also promote safety, so that traditional classroom instruction simply cannot. Furthermore, due to the growing number of individuals working remotely, there is an increasing need for new connections and communication modes, such as virtual 3D and the Internet of Everything, and remote communication and collaboration. Worldwide, the Metaverse market reached $46 billion in 2020, and the market size is predicted to reach as much as $800 billion in 2024. The amount of money spent by institutional investors to acquire virtual land in the Metaverse world continue to set new records. Locally, Saudi Arabia plans to spend billions of dollars in the blockchain and metaverse technologies. Saudi Arabia's new metaverse will help design 500 billion city in real life, where NEOM will be shaped by digital twin, virtual world, At this early stage of metaverse development, there is a huge opportunity for the kingdom to become a key player in driving the global agenda. Having said that, we need to equip our youth with metaverse skills to unleash their potential in this field. This is why we have chosen Edtech and the rise of metaverse as a theme for this conference. Lastly, I would like to conclude my speech by extending my sincere thanks and appreciation for all the speakers who joined to share their knowledge with us, sponsors who supported the event, and the organizing team under the leadership of the chair of the conference, Dr. Aqila. Thank you all for making this year's conference a success, and thank you everyone very much for your valuable contribution, and wish you all an enjoyable day, and wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
نشكر الدكتورة ميرفت. نرحب بسعادة الدكتور عادل إلهي رجبوت، مدير تقنية المعلومات في منظمة التعاون الإسلامي بجدة، المملكة العربية السعودية.
We'd like to welcome Dr. Adil Ilahi Rajput to introduce our next keynote speakers. Dr. Adil is an assistant professor and chief technology officer at the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in Jeddah. He has extensive experience in the field of information technology and has held leadership positions in academic and research institutions. He's also a member of the Awareness and Customer Advocacy Subcommittee. He's a distinguished visitor program of the IEEE Computer Society. Dr. Adil is renowned in his field and actively participates in conferences and events discussing the latest developments in it and its related fields. Please welcome Dr. Adil.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa bihi ista'een. It's always a pleasure to be here at Effat University and in the 20th session. It's always a pleasure. And I would like to first introduce our next keynote speaker, the Honorable Professor Selwa Al-Hazzaa. She is the CEO and co-founder of SDM, and she is currently serving as an advisor to King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology. Before I ask her to come on stage, please allow me to say a few words about her background. Professor Al-Hazzaa is a great role model for our daughters here at Effat, now that we have sons also, but this was initially started as a female institution, so it's a great honor and pleasure to have her here. To begin with, she was appointed as an advisor and a consultant at King Faisal Specialist Hospital in 1997. She was a pioneer in the terms that she was one of the original 30 females who was appointed by late King Abdullah Allah yarhamu to the Majlis Shura, the consultative body. After that, she served as an adjunct professor at the Venerable Institution of University of Southern California, and currently she is serving as a philanthropist, and she volunteers at many places across Saudi Arabia in the underprivileged communities, despite her many engagements. And recently she has been appointed as an advisor to CAXT. Frankly, her CV is too long for me to do justice, so I'm just going to invite Her Excellency. Faddali Sa'adatka.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين. When I was coming here by transportation, as we came up to the university and I saw the name Effat, I had to for 30 seconds just sort of keep silent, remembering a great lady, the queen to all of us females. Had it not been for this great legend who believed in Saudi females, who believed in education, and it was her, through King Faisal, may God bless their souls, she opened doors for every young Saudi female in the 1960s. I don't do many house calls, but Queen Effat was one of my patients, and I will never forget when I used to examine her. She used to say, and I'll say it in Arabic and then translate it in English, "Atabtuna ya ahl Breda." You really caused us a lot of discomfort, because my maternal uncles fought the late King Faisal, saying, "Leave our girls alone." 20 years later, these same people are asking the government for more universities. So what do I always say? Leave us at our own pace. You can change buildings, you can change cars, but you cannot change people. It has to come slowly and at the people's own pace. So I stand here with all desire, with all acknowledgement to this lady who I will never forget, and she is our role models as Saudi females. I thank Dr. Haifa, the president. Dr. Haifa and I go back a long ways. After the September 11th, we were chosen by the government to represent Saudi Arabia and be the voice of Saudi Arabia, her in education, me in medicine. And we have done so much together, but we all did it behind scenes because we did not care about us as people. We cared about the country and bringing it to where it is now. So Haifa, thank you for bringing me back to this beautiful university. I'm going to be talking about evolving artificial intelligence in Metaverse and screening diabetic eye disease. I recently, in the last 2.5 years, resigned from King Faisal. You don't do that. King Faisal is the leading hospital in the Middle East. At our age, you don't leave your comfort zone. But I did. Highly paid, great position, but I knew that out there, Metaverse, there was something waiting for me. I could not continue to plateau in knowing what I'm going to do in the morning, what I'm going to do in the afternoon. I needed the challenge and I needed the risks. And for that, I resigned and opened, as you see here, Saddam, which is a startup. So I tell all the young entrepreneurs, take the risks, take the challenges. Believe me, you will succeed if you do have the passion. So when we talk about Metaverse in healthcare, as you know, I have been a physician at the King Faisal Specialist Hospital for 35 years. Now I've finished 38 years as a physician, surgeon in ophthalmology. We always use these fancy words in ophthalmology. It just simply means an eye doctor. But I think we just use these fancy words to make us feel great. So when we look at Metaverse and medical technology, it's a facilitator for us. It facilitates so much because we want our medical practice to be AI-based. And if it is not AI-based, we will not be able to progress. So why did we in retina, which I am, retina shabakiya, why was I able to do this? Because in retina, we take images, medical images. As long as you can take a photo of a certain thing, then you can really progress in AI. And that's what we did, medical imaging guided diagnoses. We haven't reached therapy yet, but we're at least happy we've reached a diagnosis. We have to integrate, as been said, I'm not going to repeat it, the 5G, 6G. We also have to integrate the VR, AR, MR, the mixed XR, digital twins, and you name it. Why? To be able to enable people to interact together. I do not have to be there to be able to examine a patient. I should be able to examine the patient through the cloud, through the AI. I'm going to go quickly, I'm not going to go through this. We don't have time. I want to concentrate on diabetic retinopathy. But we use augmented reality in ophthalmology and eye surgery. We use it by implanting a certain device under the retina and retinitis pigmentosa. We also use it to imperfect vision impairments. Again, I don't have time for this. We use augmented reality in diabetic eye disease by using certain glasses for the low vision. We also use augmented reality for patients to show them what cataract, al-ma' al-abyad. Again, we use the augmented reality for diabetic patients who have low vision, people that cannot see. Again, I don't have time for this because we're going to concentrate on AI, what we have done in Saudi Arabia. We also use the virtual reality in the diabetic eye disease. This has been a game winner for us as diabetologists who care for diabetes. And so we put these programs. We recently did a big event. It was a charity event in the south of Riyadh, where we actually got the diabetic patients and we showed them if they don't come in for their exams, if they don't take care of themselves, if they don't follow the rules, if they don't change their habit, if they don't go exercise, if they don't take what they should from the point of nutrition, we showed them through these glasses what they're going to be able to see. I'm sorry to say this, but we had to sort of scare them a little bit if we did not. And when we put these glasses on them and we showed them how they're going to go blind, I will tell you each and every one of them is going to take care of their eyes. So what do we do in Saddam? It's all about digital health, as you see here. It's all digital health. We care about the health and well-being. We also want to do cutting edge, deep learning. This is what we mainly did. And we did the Smart Examiner, which gives you the exam results in 1 minute. And I'm going to be showing it to you. Most important thing, if we do this, what is most important? Yes, we're innovative. Yes, but we have to have also self-sustainability. It has to continue. What is another important keyword? Accessibility. Everyone should have access. It shouldn't be people that come to me before when I was at King Faisal. By the time they get to me, they're blind. I didn't want that. I wanted every single patient to have accessibility. When we look at the farmer who carries he's illiterate, but what does he have? A smartphone. Why? Why does everyone have a, because we took the price down, or we made it available to everybody, regardless of where they are. You're an illiterate, he has the phone, and it's the phone that opened for him. So the word accessibility is one of the most important things in AI and in the metaverse. Why did I pick diabetes? I used to tell His Excellency Dr. Tawfiq Rabia, you're all running for this acute pandemic, which was the COVID. There is a silent pandemic that's killing people. Mortality, morbidity, blindness, kidney failure, heart failure, amputation. What is that? That silent pandemic. Al-Waba al-Samit, diabetes. We have to care about it. At the moment right now, if you want to believe it, there are 537 million diabetics worldwide. In the Middle East alone. This is where I belong. 73 million. The number is not important. Unfortunately, we are considered in the Middle East the second highest expected increase by 87%. We're next to Africa. In Saudi Arabia alone, and we're talking about the adults, there are 4.5 million diabetics in the kingdom. This is a big number. Adults, we haven't even gone into the children. And look at our children. Look at the obesity. Us in Kuwait, we compete with each other. We compete on obesity for our children. And everyone that becomes obese will get type 2 diabetes. Our children, unfortunately, are heading in the wrong way. We are number 1 in the prevalence of diabetes among the developing countries of the GCC. And we are number 5 globally. This is a silent pandemic that we have to tackle. We cannot do it as human beings. At the moment right now, the diabetic eye disease is 33%, vision threatening 12%. Do you believe the kingdom at the moment right now spends 27 billion Saudi riyals on diabetes? It's projected to go to 43 billion. This is staggering. So, for every 3 patients, unfortunately, 1 will become diabetic. That is a big number. For every diabetic patient, 1 will develop eye disease. Now, what do we do? At the moment right now, for me as an ophthalmologist and in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, only 24% are being examined. هل هو تقصير منا ولا تقصير من الدولة? Is it because the government or us are deficient? No, the number is increasing. If I would graduate 100 retinologists, they still would not be able to cover the pandemic. The number is accelerating, so what do I do? Globally, only 55% are being examined. So what should we do? It's automation. If I don't bring in automation, if I don't bring in AI, people are going to die and people are going to go blind. I have to find a way. Automation is the only way to do it. When someone said to me, why did you resign? I was fed up of the same routine. Why don't I find a black box? Find a black box that can do this and only give me the patients that need to be examined. In 2018, I went and I took my master's degree. My mother's still scolding me. You have the doctorate. Why are you doing the master's? You're never old to learn, as our colleague mentioned. I took my master's degree in medical management. My thesis was on AI. And through my thesis and through the AI, I was able to help. And that's what I want to do. For 35 years, I've been taking. Now I wanted to give back to the community. So please, for you young people, your credentials are important, but what's more important, the volunteer work. When we interview, what is the first question I ask? I don't ask what your credentials. What did you do for your community? Please remember this. The more you volunteer, that will give you in a better job, in a better place, in a better position. So, at the moment right now, we do have 7 million diabetics with the pre-diabetics. If I would only examine 1 million patients, I would be saving $100 using AI, not a human being. That would save 100 million, and this is only 1 million of the 7 million that we have examined. If I would get them early, I don't. No, we cannot cover them. They would all be a small number and they would all be green. Remember, green is good. Red is blind. By the time they are seen, by the time they go through all this process of referral, by the time they come to me, they're blind. I don't want to see them blind. I want to see the grassroots. I want to be able to get to this patient. He is diagnosed today with diabetes. He should be examined tomorrow, not after 3 years when he gets into this referral process. So what did we do? We started with the machine learning. So we took images. This is why ophthalmology is the buzzword in artificial intelligence. We're able to take photos. If you can take photos, you can teach your machine. So we started with machine learning, image recognition. Then we went into deep learning. All your photographer has to know about ophthalmology is red and green. He will be able or she will be able to diagnose. What is good about AI is simply because it can be done by trained personnel. Selwa Al-Hazzaa, Mohammed bin Khtela, Faisal us, we're the leading retinologists, don't have to be there. God forbid if something happened to you right now when you were diagnosed with diabetes and you got something with your eye, where are you going to go to? You go to a hospital. You're not going to go to any clinics. You go to a hospital or a specialized clinic. You have the right and you can afford it. But what do you do with these underprivileged patients who are in the suburbs? This, again, is unfortunate. If you come out with nothing today, but this slide, especially you young people, you have learned so much. I talk to people about artificial intelligence. Oh yeah, Dr. Selwa, we have it. I talk to them, it's telemedicine. Please remember, telemedicine is not artificial intelligence. When we say telemedicine, we're talking about a remote doctor. You take the photo, as you see here, then you have to employ people to read it. So it's a remote doctor. I don't want that. I want it all to be in the cloud. I want to be able, and then when they do diagnose it, the patient is gone. You call the patient back, ما أقدر أجي أنا. يلا ليش ما علمتوني? Why did you not tell me at the spot? Because that's what telemedicine. You take a photo, you save it, the patient is seen later, read by the reading center when the doctor is free. Then, so what? Then you call the patient back, so when we look at telemedicine, remember telemedicine is a remote doctor, a doctor that examines you, but he's in another area. We don't want that, we're beyond that. We want the cloud. We want the cloud to examine your patient. So telemedicine or telescreening, first it's expensive because you still have to hire doctors, you have to call personnel once, and more important, there's a delay. So artificial intelligence is at the point of care and it's immediate, which I'm going to show you at the moment. What do I have to do as a physician, especially as a senior physician? Because if I give it to my junior doctors, they're gonna miss. I have to examine all these patients in order to find 2 or 3 that need my expertise. I have wasted resources of my institute. Right, I took 2,800 patients I had examined at the King Faisal. Do you believe out of those 2,800, only 300 patients needed me, which means I actually wasted 2,500 resources of the patient, of the institute, of the nurses. No, I want to be able to see the patient once he's diagnosed and they're telling me, Dr. Selwa, now you have to do laser for him. Now you have to give the injection. Now you have to do the surgery. I don't want to wait, it's a bottleneck. I had a patient come to me. I said to him, come to me in 3 months. He came to me in 6 months. I scolded him. I said, Doctora, ما حصلت موعد. Because I was busy screening, which is not right. So what is your first question going to be? Doctora Selwa, is it as good as you? That's your first question, right? I will tell you, the general ophthalmologist that's in the diabetic centers, his sensitivity or her sensitivity is 22%, which means what? She's missing all this number, 78. The retina specialist that's board certified, American certified, British, his sensitivity is 60%, which means he's missing 40. The AI can actually reach up to 100. I did a head-to-head with my machine, and guess what? It was better than me. لا يتعب, لا يمرض, لا يطلب إجازة, لا يطلب سكن. It does not get tired. It doesn't ask for privileges. It's a machine that you've trained. You give it garbage, it's gonna give you garbage. You give it good data, it's gonna give you good data. So we're so happy. What do? It's an iPhoto. Remember, as long as you can get images, you're in luck. In retina, it's all about images. We can actually see the brain by the naked eye. That's how I see the brain. So we give it, it's an iPhoto, and then we have an image analysis. The good thing is it's regulated by SADAYA, Saudi Data Artificial Intelligence Authority, and by NEDMO, the National Data Management Office, and it's approved by Saudi FDA. I can't tell you the roller coaster ride we had to get it all approved by the government, but we did. Can you imagine if I would use AI, I would be reducing for the country 23% of the budget? That is a flagrant number. So, we didn't reinvent the wheel. It's already out there. But no one brought it to Saudi. No one took that risk or no one took that challenge. I brought it to Saudi. It was through, it's so interesting. Someone said, aren't you too old for this? So I went and I looked for a study and I found out, it's a Harvard study, that your best productive years are between 60 to 70 years. So it wasn't me that said it. It wasn't me. I would show them, look, our mentality here in the Middle East, when you're 60, خلاص, انتهى الأمر عليكي. Go to the States, you become a professor emeritus. That's it, انتهى, يلا اتكلوا على الله. No, this is the time you should build on your people that you have trained so many years. So anyways, we're gonna bring it to these 7 million, and we already did. I'm gonna go quickly. You sit the patient at the camera, any camera. You take 2 photos, you put down in their computer, you put down the actual solution that we have. I'm not gonna go through this. It goes through a process, zzz, all over, all approved by the government. Then what does your photographer see? He sees red, or she sees red, or green. If it's red, send him to the doctor. The doctor loves it. The ophthalmologist. I never approached the ophthalmologist, by the way. I did, and I got slapped in the face. They closed their doors for me. Why? They thought it's going to replace them. So who did I go to? I went to the endocrinologist, who don't have ophthalmologists. They welcomed me. حطوني والله فوق راسهم. So thank you to the endocrinologists, to the primary care physicians, to the simple physicians, to the epidemic. They welcomed me. So what do? If it's positive, easy. And by the way, I didn't reinvent the wheel. It's actually the international standards. I just took it and I customized it to the Saudi population. One glove does not fit all. I took it, I customized it. So many companies were out there. And may God bless NEOM. It was NEOM who believed in me. They opened their doors for me and they said, Doctora, go ahead. The floor is yours. I started bringing in companies and I tested the companies myself and I found the best of the worst. I didn't give up. I took it, customized it, and made it Saudi. So what do? We get an English report, which we give to the doctor. But wait a minute. What about the patient? Our care should be centered around the patient, not about us as doctors. So I Arabized it. So I made it talk Arabic. It took me a whole year. But wow, the patient actually goes out with an Arabic. And I congratulate you when you spoke in Arabic. It is our language. We should be proud of it. So he goes out with an Arabic. Now, if it's green, that's where they stop in the States. I went in the States and in the UK. I went an extra step. So if you're green, what is your next question going to be to the doctor? When do I come back? So we did it. We went, the English, we integrated. And this is how it is. If it's green, we tell them come back in 1 year, come back in 9 months, come back in 6 months, or come back in 3 months. If it's red, we send them urgently to the doctor. I'm not gonna go through this, I don't have time because I thought it was a half an hour. They told me 15 minutes and I don't wanna take time. But it's ease, it provides care at the highest level. The patient loves it. He doesn't have to wait for an appointment to come to King Faisal, to go to the eye hospital here at the King Faisal in Jeddah, in his diabetic center, in his place. He doesn't have to take his son out of work. He can go at any time. No appointment is needed at that point. So it's comfort. The patients love it, the providers love it, everyone loves it. This was my roller coaster ride. It was a roller coaster ride. I started this in 2019. NEOM embraced me. King Faisal were not interested, unfortunately. I then customized it. Then I went to the Saudi FDA, got it approved. Then went to the Sadaya. Then I turned it into Arabic. I wanted the patient to be able to read. In 2022, we finally got the bid for the Ministry of Health. I wish I had 6 children. I only have 3. If I would put the agony of my 3 children, let's say 6, and the agony that I went through with the Ministry of Health, believe me, it would be down here. It was unbelievable, but we did it. People were coming to me, private sectors. Doctora, we'll buy it. I said, no, I'm not interested in you. I'm interested in the underprivileged patient. I want the patient in the Ministry of Health. And I finally gave it to them free. I said, here, take it. I'll give it to you free. Just get it started. So I went and I gave them 30,000 exams free because I wanted everyone to learn about, and I wanted every single underprivileged. What's my wish? That if you're diagnosed with diabetes today, you get your eye exam tomorrow. End of story. So then we started Prince Salman. I don't know if you guys know Junub al-Riyadh, the south of Riyadh. It's underprivileged. It's crowded. I started I started visiting that hospital. Everyone says, Subhanallah, she leaves King Faisal Special Hospital, works at King Salman. I don't work there. I work with them to help their patients. So again, I can't tell you the satisfaction you get at our phase of life where you're actually now giving to these underprivileged. I am hoping, but don't take my word for it, that at the end of December 2023, we will go to the higher authorities and we will make it a national strategy where everyone is entitled to a free eye exam if they are diabetic. That's my goal, and I'm hoping to be able to do that. We started with 3,000. We started with 3,000 at the MOH. I am now going to reach 100,000. I'm hoping to be able to get to 1 million. In addition, this is so important, what am I doing? What's my patient profile? All your diabetic patients, your pre-diabetic patients, and your obesity. At the moment right now, to get good care, you have to go to a hospital. No, you shouldn't have to wait in line. The waiting list is unbelievable. We took it to the diabetic centers. We're taking it to the dispensaries. Can you imagine, you need glasses and you're a diabetic patient. Why can't you get your exam in the optical shop? Why not? Not only is it going to be better than Selwa Al-Hazzaa examining you, by the way, when I did it head to head, I only got 93%. Could never reach the 95. You're getting your optical exam and you're a diabetic. هل تريد الفحص بالذكاء الاصطناعي بحساسية أحسن من أكبر طبيب استشاري شبكية وبتكلفة قليلة and no waiting list. That's what we're aiming for. We're also going to be taking it to the pharmacies, inshallah, in the pharmacy corners, and to the home health care. Right now, I'm working on diabetic eye disease. We're going to be doing other diseases. I was just appointed by CACS. I can't tell you I did not want it, but it's going to be a really, really important task. They want us now to do other diseases. What's our problem here in the Middle East? We're imitators. I'm sorry to say this. We see something outside, we imitate it, we do it. No, we should be the initiators. We should be the innovators. Why can't we, as the Middle East, give to the people outside, sell to the global? It should not be them giving us, but vice versa. And that's what we're going to hopefully be able to do. So now we're working on the portable camera. You know, right now it's a floor-mounted camera where he has to come to the diabetic center. We're working on the portable camera. We're almost done. But what's more important, we're going to do it it's going to take at least 2 or 3 years, by your own smartphone. You should not have to leave your comfort of your home. Take your photo. And if it's green, take a photo after 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 1 year. And if it's red, go find a physician to do your surgery. These are just little quotes, saving sight as I eagerly search for diabetic eye disease, and every diabetic patient has changed my career path. This was an optometrist at King Salman. Another one, prior to AI, I came to work as part of my job obligation. I found a purpose to my job. The patient, no eye appointment was necessary to have my eyes checked when I came to the clinic. Best experience. What did the endocrinologist say? It's instantaneous. What did the chief of the King Salman Hospital say? I saved money. I could use it for others. The retina consultant, it strengthened my surgery. Now, when you want to go do surgery, what is the first question you ask? How many surgeries have you done, right? You want to know. The more surgeries the doctor has done, the better he is. You don't ask about his career. How many surgeries have you done? We have now improved the surgical number for patients. And last but not least, the ophthalmologist said it's a miracle come true. I can now depend on my juniors, the optometrists. So, what did we do? We went to the underprivileged areas. We started with Riyadh. I had to start in Riyadh. There was many glitches. Then we went to Mecca, Hira. This is where they're underprivileged. Then we went to Al-Baha. I just came back from Al-Baha a couple of days ago. You have beautiful weather. Thank you. I froze in Al-Baha. I cyclically froze. So thank you, Jeddah. Antum ghair. Jeddah ghair from that point. And then we went to Jazan. Jazan is wonderful. They're close to my heart. Don't ask me why. أنا بنت القصيم وبريدة بس I love Jazan. We went to Jazan. We got them started. And then now Al-Madinah Al-Munawwara. We actually started it, but we can't announce it. We have 3 coming up. We have Aneza. My mother till this day is upset with me. تروحين لعنيزة وتتركين بريدة. You know, we have unfortunately a lot of controversy, but it's not up to me. I don't decide where I go. It's whoever invites. And then Hayil, and then of course Hukuk. So I have 23 more centers to cover. I want to cover them at the end of this year. In Saddam, even though it's a company, we are doing this free of charge. I teach these people. I go to these young girls and the Dr. Selwa, it's you, it's me. I go and I teach them. I launch these centers. and it makes me happy. This is my last slide. So what is AI? Knowledge is power, whether it's human natural intelligence or artificial intelligence, and we need the artificial intelligence. It's faster, it's more sensitive, it doesn't get tired. AI as a solution has considerable potential to alter all our businesses. Believe me, everything now is going privatization in the medical sector. If we don't use AI, we're going to be lacking behind. And most important, we get all this data. And if you don't use data, look at Google, look at Microsoft, they're using data. If we don't use data in our business, your business is blind and deaf. Data, it gives you power. We used petrol before in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That was our bread and butter. Now it's the data. This is what MBS wants. It's the data that is going to drive us to our highest standards. Digitalization is an absolute necessity. We should be proud. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the G20 was #1 when it came to digitalization. We are going into the digital transformation. Had it not been for MBS and the higher authorities, we would not be where we are today. And last but not least, we have to fuel our economy, society, through what? Artificial intelligence. Last but not least, the big data is the oil of the 21st century. But if you have data and you cannot analyze it, you've lost it. So analytics is the consumption engine. I want to thank you for all. I want to thank you for your attention. I'm sorry if I have gone overboard.
Shukran Sa'adatkum. This was very enlightening and I'm sure a great source of motivation for everyone. Just to dovetail on what the Honorable Speaker said, Effat University is not only a pioneer for Saudi females, it has served as a beacon for global community in terms of females. Effat University in the past 20 years has graduated girls from all over the world. So I commend Dr. Haifa and her esteemed team for this great task. Next, please allow me to introduce the next speaker, the Honorable Dr. Hani Abu-Ghazaleh. Dr. Hani Abu-Ghazaleh is an entrepreneur. He's a proven entrepreneur in the field of immersive technologies and AI. He has worked in many official capacity in the field of virtual reality experiences, and currently he is the CEO of Mental, which is an industry-leading company both in the Middle East, based out of Abu Dhabi, and in Europe, based out of Krakow, Poland. So I would request him to please come in and enlighten us with his wisdom. Dr. Hani.
Passion for immersive technology started about 25 years ago. I studied architectural engineering and then continued in computer graphics, and I had the privilege to work with some amazing developers working on video games for companies that include Ubisoft, Activision, and Square Enix. And it's really that experience and the knowledge that inspired my business, Mental, which I founded back in 2018, with the basic principle of using gaming technology and immersion for education. So, I mean, oftentimes a lot of exciting technology is anticipated decades before, you know, and the US government has done a lot of research back in the 60s that resulted in what we know today as the internet. It took that long for the internet that we know and use every day for it to really reach its maturity. And if we think of what was happening while the internet was maturing, the gaming industry was fueling the computer graphics engine that is really making what everybody's calling the metaverse today possible, right? It's really, it feels ready. There are games that started back in the 90s and early 2000s that really defined what it's like to be in a persistent environment, join other people around the world. Games like World of Warcraft or Fortnite, we're talking about tens of millions of users and players that are going into an early version of the metaverse and spending time in an environment that is persistent. And it's really today, it feels like the technology is getting ready. Virtual reality and augmented reality went through many cycles that didn't succeed, but today, and many thanks to the gaming industry, the technology is possible now. And part of the reason that is a combination of technologies that include computer graphics, that include networking and ability to have tens of millions of people exist in the same world. So what is, I mean, we talked a lot about the metaverse, and we talked about the fact that it was coined back in the 90s. The word metaverse comes from two words, meta, which means transcendent, and verse, which is from universe, right? So it's, if you take those two together, it's basically a limitless universe. And what a lot of people see it as, it's as simple as it's the evolution of the internet that we know today. And the key thing for it is that it's persistent, it's there all the time, you can go to bed, come back, and things will change because other users will impact it. And the most important thing is that it needs to be accessible. It needs to be accessible for everybody from multiple devices, and that's the key to its success. And it's not just virtual reality, it's not just augmented reality, it's not just AI, it's really the convergence of many technologies that will make this possible. And the reality is that we're still at the beginning. But all the key players, all the big names, all the big companies and the CEOs are making billions of dollars worth of investments. I think many of you heard about Meta investing $10 billion just in 2021 to advance the hardware and the software technology into doing that. Microsoft is doing similar investments in the enterprise metaverse. We're seeing companies like NVIDIA investing in digital twins, which is what's going to fuel all of these digital environments. And the list goes on. What that means is that the race is on, and the same way that the internet went through that evolution of defining the standards that will allow for the users and the players to go from one universe to another, the same way that HTML back in the 80s and 90s allowed people to actually click on a hyperlink and go to the website. That is going to be the key for the metaverse to really come to life. And today what we're seeing is the beginnings of what that is. And it's basically what I'd like to call galaxies now, or planets. And these are basically platforms like Horizon, Facebook, games like Fortnite, where you can go to that world and you can immerse yourself in it, but everything that you make and all the time that you spend in that cannot be transferred over to the other galaxy, if you will. And it's when all of these galaxies get connected is when the metaverse is going to start becoming a reality. So just a quick, like summary of the history of what happened. Like the first version of the web was basically a one-way. It was basically text that you can read, and there was very little interaction that you could do above and beyond going from one page to another. And as that evolved, in the 90s and the 2000s, we started seeing richer content that's coming there. We're seeing interactive content, we're seeing videos. And the content went from just read-only to you being able to participate in it. And it was platforms like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram that allowed people to contribute, but they still did not own the content. The content stayed on the platform. If the platform goes down, they lose all the content. And the vision for Web3, from an interactivity perspective, first of all, rather than watching the internet and clicking on it on your smart device or the computer, you're actually in it. And what that results in a much higher level of immersion and a lot of potential for many industries to take advantage of it. And a lot of people talk about decentralization, and that is key for Metaverse. So basically, allowing the ownership to be distributed among the creators. And there are multiple layers that need to happen for a true Metaverse to be an interesting place for people to spend time. And the reason why now we're seeing players spending time in Fortnite and other games is the fact that there's content for them to do. But also there's a lot of evolution that needs to happen both on the hardware side of things and on the infrastructure side of things to allow the content creators to build rich content that will ultimately attract the users to go and spend more time in the new version of the internet. And once that happens, it can revolutionize everything. It's not an industry on its own, it's something that could touch every single industry. And if you look at it from a very high level, it's really a sliding scale. People talk about the consumer market and others talk about the enterprise. And both sides are going to benefit from it. On the consumer side, we're already seeing people going for live entertainment shows. We're seeing actual concerts that are happening in Fortnite. We're seeing games that are selling on the Oculus Quest. But on the enterprise side of things, and that's the more interesting part for me personally, seeing the applications in training and education, and a lot of that was covered this morning. AI, robotics, smart city solutions. All of these things are opportunities for the metaverse to go from just what could look like a fad to something that is real, that has actual benefits to businesses. And brands are already noticing it. We're actually seeing in some of the platforms, the Nike, Coca-Cola, etc., they're changing their whole approach about advertising and acquiring the attention of players and users. We're seeing Nike and Coca-Cola building universes within platforms like Roblox, where there are tens of millions of players there. And they're catching their attention in a more subliminal way, but they know that this is where they're going to get the attention. It's no longer the big billboards that you see on the streets. And on the industrial side of things, we're seeing the likes of Amazon, Siemens, and BMW implementing the digital twin concept into their factories. Because what you can do there, it's not just a visual representation of the factory. It's a sandbox for you to do some simulation, to not only train your workforce, but also train the machine. A machine learning can happen in a metaverse digital twin for you to look at every single thing that could happen and run simulations and see what the outcome is, and teach the trainees, but also teach the machine on how to help you, hopefully in the future, have factories that are more efficient, that are safer place to be in. This is the space where my business is focused on, and it's that particular topic. This is where I see the immediate value could happen today. And I know there was a talk about, like, how do you turn this from a place where you can learn by doing to a place where you can learn by doing, but also have something that allows you to assess the quality of what's happening in there. We're one of several companies that are actually using the metaverse, both in K-12 and younger students' education. Topics like history. Think of what it took us to read a history book and just try to imagine the events of what happened there. And the equivalent of that, of allowing the students to go alone or as a group and go witness historical events. For those that are unfortunate that can't travel the world, they can learn geography by being able to teleport to those locations and learn about the atmosphere. And the potential is just unlimited. And on higher education side, healthcare was brought up several times, and we've personally been involved in using virtual reality as a tool to teach surgeons and allow them to practice on a digital cadaver rather than, because there are so many challenges when you're talking about doing that, both the cost of it and how many times you can actually use a cadaver to do the training. And the list goes on, like oil and gas, health and safety, every single type of training, there's that requires, especially vocational training, that requires you to do things. This is a very interesting way to teach as opposed to just talking about the theory, because when you go to the job, you're better prepared, similar to a flight simulator. It doesn't replace the hours that you need to put on the plane, but you can reduce the hours that you have to do that. I'm not going to talk, Dr. Selwa covered a lot how it's being used in healthcare, but a lot of those digital twins, especially when we're talking about CT scans and MRIs that can be converted into holograms and applied on top of the patient. This is almost like a GPS tool for the doctors to, rather than working blindly or having an image there and constantly having to turn and look at two-dimensional image, this has the potential of a much higher precision during the surgery, but also you can prepare before the surgery, so you can practice on the anatomy of the patient themselves. Smart cities is also a very interesting topic, and we're seeing, of course, NEOM, Dubai, Singapore as some examples of cities that are investing in building that digital twin of the city. And a lot of people ask, like, what is the value of having that digital twin? I'll give maybe a couple of examples. So let's take engineering, for example, like having the infrastructure, once it's covered, visible to the engineers. So there are billions of dollars worth of damage that happens as a result of wrongful excavation. Not to mention, of course, loss of life that could happen. So having that data visible, either using a smartphone today, because this technology exists today, or in the future using a headset, so that you can see before you dig, there's a pipe there that is, if it's an oil pipe that could cause fatality. If it's a utility pipe, it could cause major damage. So there's that. The other thing on the consumer side of things, and that's for the citizens, there's a huge amount of data that exists now in the metaverse, and a two-dimensional screen is not a good way to do it. And there's this concept of a spatial web, which is basically putting that data in its appropriate place around the city that you're in, so that you can get Google Maps type directions, so that you know how to traverse and find your way around the city, or you can get some touristic type information. All of these can be filtered by the user, and it can exist contextually when they need to do it. So I get asked this a lot, like, is VR or AR the only way for me to get into the metaverse? I think we can get to an early version of the metaverse today using our smart devices and using our computers. It's not the fact that you can move stuff between the different platforms is the biggest challenge. But I think where it gets interesting is when you start looking at the headsets and where they're going. And I remember when I first got the first headset, it was really large, and it reminded me of the first cell phone that I saw back in the 90s. And if you look at the evolution that happened now, like how those cell phones were bulky, they were not affordable, very few people had them, and they did not seem practical. And today, all of us have devices that are a lot more complicated, and we know how to use them. I believe that the VR headset is going to go into a rapid version of what happened in the cell phone industry. And once it becomes affordable, I think this is where the use cases start becoming interesting. So I'm going to call them two types, because I think AR and MR are similar. So virtual reality headsets are the ones that actually take you to a completely different world. So they're like blinders that you put on and you get teleported to another world. And it's great for simulations from remote. And then you get the augmented reality and the evolution of that, which is mixed reality. And what mixed reality does is that it allows you to display holograms that have awareness of the world around you. In other words, if we were all wearing glasses, I could grab a digital a ball and I'll throw it and it'll bounce off of the stage and the floor. But that's more fun. But imagine the real practical applications of all of that. And we're seeing also a hybrid types of headsets where you can switch between VR and MR. And this year there was the Vive XR Elite and the Oculus Pro that came to the market. But like anything else, you know, the payments and the economy needs to be sustainable. And we all hear about cryptocurrency, the ups and downs that it goes through it. But the reality is there's the digital economy is a big part of the metaverse. And this is why a lot of people talk about it being a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity. And the way to, we're not going to be able, obviously, to use cash. We're not going to be using cards when we're in a metaverse scenario. So the obvious transition or the next evolution of it is a combination of cryptocurrency, what I like to call a soft currency, because games are doing it today, and I think there's a potential for educators to be doing it. Where in games there's a reward system and you collect points, and those points you can use them to buy digital assets within the game. Now imagine the application of that for rewarding students or trainees, where those points are not just, you know, like a leaderboard type thing. You can actually go and spend them in other metaverses. And I think once that happens, then people and students specifically are going to want to compete. They want to achieve, because you're rewarding them with something that can materialize into something meaningful for them. So there are many challenges while we're maturing into that new world of the metaverse. Part of them, you can call them technical, others are more ethical and logistical. So technically speaking, a lot of people are expecting this to take another 5 years for it to become a real thing, where we can actually have people travel from one universe to another, where they can take their digital currency and spend it in other platforms. Meta has already done some early experimentations where they were able to have the avatars travel from one platform to another, and that's a big achievement, and now we just need to figure out how to scale it. But also the hardware needs to be much faster, like thousands of times faster than the devices that we have it now. And we've seen this happen rapidly, and I think this is just a matter of time before it becomes a reality. But also on the ethical and even the psychological side of things, there's a lot that needs to happen for us to govern that world. The same way that we have to govern the existing internet, you know, a combination of cybersecurity solution. How do we protect our children, you know, from the threats that are there? People impersonating a younger child and taking advantage of them. So a lot of things need to be standardized, and we need to think of the same way that we're doing this on the current version of the internet. A lot of this needs to happen as well. And the reason why I believe that this is also going to happen, or potentially likely more to happen, is if you look at the current generation, you know, kids between 9 and 12 in the US right now, 3 out of 4 of them are playing Roblox. There are tens of millions that are doing that. We're seeing kids today, they're born and they, you know, like they learn how to use an iPad before they learn how to walk. This is a familiar world for them, and anything that we don't, you know, like that we are relating to does not really mean a lot of them. I mean, I've seen my nephew run to the TV and he's trying to touch it and it doesn't respond. It's like, why? What's wrong with this thing? You know, so their expectations are different to what we have. And I think if you look at all of that and you look at the exciting games that are out there that are pulling them into it, our responsibility right now is to find out, like, rather than trying to take those devices away from them, how do we make them devices that can be useful, and how do we moderate the time that they spend there so that there are no impacts on their social skills as well. I'm going to talk briefly about what we've been doing at Mental, and basically the experience that I had in creating immersive games, and you know, I'm lucky that I have a lot of people that also come from that world. So the basic DNA of what we're doing, it's basically the cross path of technology, immersive technology, game theory, immersing players, but also education. So the heart of everything that we do, and part of the reason why I think the assessment side of things and the content side of things can only be solved not by the technology alone, but also the subject matter experts. There's a wealth of knowledge in these universities and other educational institutes that if the technology tries to solve it alone, it's not going to do that, at least while the AI is maturing. So what we've done is we created a platform. The vision for it is to become almost a marketplace, because we want to open it up and allow other content creators to do it. But today we're developing the majority of the content so that we can build the tools that will ultimately be available to the educators. And we've selected certain topics that we believe are important in the market. And the theory behind it is you have a catalog of courses, you select the category that you want, and then you engage in an immersive simulation with injections in it. Each one of the inject is triggering an educational goal. You can do it in single user mode, but you can also do collaborative training. And we've done collaborative training with the Ministry of Interior of the UAE, where we had 10 different countries train for 3 days in a metaverse city that we created for them. We created a sandbox for them, we put some injects, and they were working together to solve and learn how to deal with a cybersecurity threat, for instance. And the key thing that's allowing us to do assessment, it's not certification yet, the vision is to turn it into assessment, is through a dashboard that's directly connected to VR. So we work with the subject matter experts on defining what are the key learnings, what are the KPIs, and how do we structure them within the course, but more importantly, how do we measure them, and how do we differentiate between the performance of one student versus the other. So this is, for me, this is the more interesting part, although a lot of people jump in VR and they enjoy doing the course, but for us, we need to crack this. We started getting some positive results. We're still going on a journey, but I think, for education, once this is working and once, teachers and trainers and students are seeing the benefit of doing that above and beyond enjoying it, because I can guarantee you the level of engagement that we're getting both from students and trainees is unprecedented. I've never seen anybody excited about being pulled into a training room like we've seen when we're doing it with others. So just to conclude, I think this is a very exciting time that we're living in. I think there's a lot of confusion, and a lot of people are just wondering what is this metaverse? Is it just a word that's going to disappear? The internet, I think, at some point had a different name, and it changed. The name doesn't really matter, but what I really think is that 50 years from now, a generation is going to look back and wonder how we were using a two-dimensional internet. They're going to look outside, they look at the world outside, and without their augmented reality goggles or whatever device is going to be available to them, the world is going to probably appear a bit naked, or it's missing some elements that they are used to using in their everyday life. This has a lot of positive potential, and I think there's a lot of fear about where this could go. But I think if we carefully tread and step into that metaverse with knowing the pitfalls of the real world and the pitfalls of the current version of the internet, we are already halfway there. This is it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hani. That was a very enlightening talk. Next, I would kindly like to invite our esteemed speakers to a panel discussion. You have already heard from two of our speakers, Honorable Professor Selwa and Honorable Mr. Hani. The other two people who will be joining me in the panel discussion is Mr. Ahmed Al-Abdurrahman. He is the Immersive Lab Manager at King Abdulaziz Center for World Culture, also known as ITRA. He started in IT, but later on, with his entrepreneurial nature and his inquisitive mind, he entered the world and realm of immersive technologies. And his lab is equipped with all different gadgets such as VR, AR, MR, and haptics. So would like to invite him as well. And lastly, Dr. Mazhar Bari, who is not a stranger to Effat University. He was the formerly vice president at Siemens, and now currently he's the CEO of Advanced and Emerging Technologies at Ajlan Brothers Group. So kindly I would respect the honorable speakers to the panel discussion. Thank you. Okay. I was just wondering, so apologize. Thank you, everyone. So given that we have heard from two speakers, I would like to ask Mr. Ahmed Abdurrahman one question, and which is, why is everyone talking about Metaverse?
Thank you. As everyone mentioned before me, everyone is talking about a Metaverse. What is the Metaverse? No one knows what it is. What is it exactly? The thing is, when in 2020, when Bloomberg evaluated what is the immersive technology, which is one of the pillars of the Metaverse, they evaluated the immersive technology industry as $20 billion, and they were projecting by 2025 it will hit $300 billion. Comes 2021, come 2021, and they were like, okay, let's scrap that number. We've already hit $120 billion at that 2021. And they recalculated, and they were like, okay, it's going to hit $800 billion. McKinsey did a calculation in 2030, it will hit, that industry will hit $5 trillion. So the thing is, everyone is trying to get that piece of the pie, and that why is everyone talking about the Metaverse? It's a big industry, it's a booming industry, it's growing really fast. 100 billion in 1 year, that's a huge jump.
Professor Selwa, you talked about the various challenges that you faced in getting this technology to be adopted. I mean, you spent, as you mentioned, quite a lot of effort and years in doing this. The question is, do you think that rather than being followers, as you said, will we be able to, as Saudi society, will we be able to take a lead in the realm of Metaverse and taking a first step in getting the leadership role as opposed to being a follower?
Well, I'll tell the policymakers and regulators, you have to be at a faster pace, or at least at the same pace. We innovators are moving at a pace faster than the policymaker and regulators can keep up with us. What I run into as challenges is simply, every time I come up with something, no, you can't do it, it's an obstacle. The only time, not just Saudi Arabia or the GCC or the Middle East, can be the leaders in and be innovators and actually get products out, not wait for the West to get the products so that we can imitate them, is simply if the policymakers and regulators have to break the rules sometimes. I will tell you, at this moment, the Saudi FDA here and in the States call artificial intelligence a medical device. It's still called there is no device. It's all in the cloud. They're still calling it a medical device. So I've met the higher authorities, and I'm persistent, and I keep saying, please get these policies out. Don't wait. And I will tell you, I have broken the rules. And if I did not break the rules, I wouldn't be where I am today. I know I can get in trouble, but at least I break the rules within the circle. And I'm hoping that for us as Saudis, as GCC, and as the Middle East, that we will be able to be the innovators simply if the policymakers and regulators sort of let us think out of the box.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hani, just a quick question. You mentioned something about ethical implications and the encroachment on personal space. How do you see it affecting the privacy of us as individuals? We already believe we have no privacy, so how would this aggravate the situation even further?
I actually think with the right tools, it doesn't have to be a problem. In our platform, we have tools to actually give you privacy, and it's the reason why we set it up. It's sometimes for the trainer to come in as an invisible avatar, but you can also have your setting as visible. Now, what I was alluding to is that if we don't have those tools in the right hands, some people can take advantage of it. And people that act in a certain way in the real world can bring that behavior over to the internet today. They can also bring it over to the next version of the internet. So the key thing is just to be aware of that. I think our children need to be educated, but also the policymakers and the developers have the responsibility to protect the users that come to those environments.
Professor Selwa, you mentioned about the regulation part. Some of the scary part about using the cameras is that it allows many different countries, such as US, by law, they can turn on the camera in your device without letting you know if you're outside the United States. Do you think this will be a challenge to you adopting this technology for a good use in society as opposed to malicious use?
Right. Well, the good thing about the camera that we're using to take the photos is actually owned by the Institute. The only thing that goes up is the image. And when the image goes up, by the way, it is anonymized, it's encrypted, and it's stripped of any personal data, which means whoever sees the image, if someone would intercept it, would never know it's a male, female, wouldn't know the age, wouldn't even know which part of the country it's from. So when it comes back in 1 minute, if you want to believe it, when it comes back into, and this is what we've done through NEDMO and through Sadaya, when it comes back into the institute that actually owns the image, all of the sudden, and this is the beauty about, artificial intelligence, all the personal data gets thrown into that image, which is now a hard copy, if you will, and no one can actually break it. That's what we've done. We are hoping, and maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. We are hoping by the end of this year, it will be totally Saudi, totally localized. And that's what the government is looking for. You hear the word localization. I didn't know what that meant. Localization means it's going to be totally owned by Saudi Arabia. You have to also know, where are the servers? They're all in Bahrain. We're going to be moving them here into Saudi. And this is why we're moving quickly, we're moving hardly and harshly to hopefully live up. We want to walk the talk, right? It's hopefully to make Saudi Arabia, not only for the G20, but globally the #1 in digital transformation.
Mr. Ahmed, just a quick question to dovetail on that. Do you think the amazing potential and promise of Metaverse, is the Saudi ecosystem ready to accept this?
So the Saudi ecosystem is thriving, and as Dr. Selwa mentioned, we're trying to localize the economy, that technology. We mentioned that by 2030, which is a key date for us, it's going to hit $5 trillion. But the question is, what is the percentage of published, and that's a key word, is published Saudi applications within immersive technology? If I'm generous, I'm going to say it's 1%. Of that, currently, almost 120 to maybe $200 billion or $300 billion, we own maybe 1% of published application. And that's what we're trying to do. We are pushing the boundaries at the King Abdulaziz Center for World Culture, ITRA, with the Creative Solutions Program, where we take the Saudi ecosystem, we're trying to educate them, we're trying to help them, to support them to develop their ideas from just an idea on paper to a working prototype, and all the way, and trying to link them to organization that can support them even further from the prototype phase that they are at to a fully published application, or a Saudi startup, or any bigger company. We're trying to flipping the coin and say, instead of importing those applications all the time, we're trying to export those applications. We're trying to export our culture, our beliefs, our ideas and ideologies in those immersive applications. And that's what, and I see that the ecosystem is ready. And we are at the end of the second cycle of the program. And we can see in numbers that there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of young people, and not just, I wouldn't say even young, because our cohorts range from 18 years old all the way to their late 40s and early 50s. We have a lot, like a big range of age groups. All of them are eager, all of them are thirsty to create their own experiences. And that, like, the ecosystem is ready. It's just need the tools at this point, and that's where we're trying to do. We're trying to support them as much as possible. There's a lot of opportunities, there's a lot of funding, not just by Ethra, but by the other organizations. But we're trying to do our best to do our part of that. Thank you.
Can I add to this?
Please.
Thank you very much. I think you said a key word, support. You know, it's an idea, it's an innovation. And if you don't get the support, you know, when I was talking about artificial intelligence, this was before the COVID, people thought I was crazy. What is she talking about? I got no support until I went to NEOM. Once you have the support, whether through NEOM, whatever, it's the support that will make your innovator move to believe in him or believe in her. So please remember, if you're a leader in any of the institutes and someone, doesn't have to be young, I'm not young, but someone comes with a crazy idea, embrace it. Because you never know, that crazy idea might be an actual reality and be able to help the society, whether it's in education, whether it's in medicine, whether it's in business, whatever it is. So please, the word support, that's just music to my ears.
I'll add one thing. With the support, with the right support that they get, for example, the first year of the program, we had 5 applications that got developed. All we ask from them is a working prototype, and that's what we ask from them. 2 of the applications got nominated to 5 international awards. And we're not talking about small awards. We're talking about awards that have been running for 35 years, for 8 years, for 20 years, and against studios and publishers who have decades of experience, have unlimited budgets, and with a small budget and no experience at all in immersive technologies, they were able to compete against those people. So imagine if we give them more support, what they can do, where they can reach.
Thank you. And just to dovetail real quick, a lot of people don't realize the support that the government has provided and believe in these innovative solutions, because when COVID hit, it was all of a sudden, yet the society here will fully embrace the digital ecosystem, as opposed to many countries where people did face a lot of problems reverting to the digital world, but it seemed very seamless here, and sometimes I do believe people take it for granted. But society in general are laggards, but I think with the right approach, we will go towards where you guys are hoping for. Allow me to also ask Dr. Mazhar, I don't know if he has joined, but, sorry, I cannot see you. Welcome, Dr. Mazhar. So just Professor Selwa mentioned in her speech that there were many challenges and disruption of many industries. She mentioned that many people are scared of adopting this new technology. What do you see as the biggest economic challenge presented by the metaverse? I'm sorry, can you hear us? I believe you're on mute, Professor Mazhar. Till we solve the issue, I believe I'm just going to move on to one more question before we get back to him. Mr. Hani, you mentioned about the scalability issues. Can you expand on that? Because this is something that I believe the Wall Street is punishing Facebook / Metaverse. So I would love to hear your take on that, because this is an issue that we computer scientists would love to discuss.
100%, yeah. So creating VR or immersive content is a lot of effort today. And this is the biggest challenge, is like if the internet is going to move to a virtual space, how are we going to be able to transform a lot of these web pages, a lot of those platforms into a more immersive one? So what's happening is, what we're doing internally and what we're seeing the trend is relying on AI to support with the more redundant work. We, at Mental, what we did is we started analyzing the pain points or the bottlenecks for us in the development of the content, and looking for ways to automate it or have it augmented by the AI. So an example of that is creating an environment. When you do it manually in 3D, it takes weeks, right? Whereas using technologies, emerging technologies like photogrammetry and other technologies, you can actually create a digital twin of this space relatively quickly. Creating interactions, the avatars, having systems that come out of the box, can come in there, and then in a learning scenario, allowing the educators to script in a course without having to have any deep technical knowledge. I think that is the key to tackling the scalability issue. And I think the other part is the cost of the technology, both from a hardware perspective, and that needs to come down so that it's more accessible. The final part, and it goes back to the support part, I think the support from the government needs to start at the school level, at the university level, where we're preparing the students for them being able to become hireable immediately. What are the skill sets that they need to be taught?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, Professor.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Just real quick.
Is my voice clear?
If you heard
Can
my
you guys hear
question,
me?
can you hear us? Prof, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Okay. Like any technology, we always have glitches, so part of the scalability issue you were saying.
The final part is I'll talk about an experiment that we had with New York University in Abu Dhabi. And I got approached as an advisor to look at their program. They were developing a virtual reality program. And what we did is we analyzed the courses that they're teaching, like putting myself in the hiring place. Is like, if you're a student, no matter how smart they are, by the time they
hello?
graduate.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I'm not sure if you can hear us.
Yes, I'm supposed to present my paper at 1:30, paper session 4. باسل ايوه ايوه باسل.
Sorry, you were continue, please.
So basically, analyze the courses that they're getting taught, and we made some changes so that we can have more specialized students. So that I know.
Yes, hello.
Yeah.
لا شلت الميوت سامعيني؟ طيب should I start presenting ولا كيف بالضبط؟
So sorry, please continue. You were continuing about one of the last challenges about the education.
Yeah. So basically tweaking the courses a bit to take full advantage of the passion of the students, and with them focusing on the topics that they're more passionate about it, they become a lot more hireable for us. So they were teaching them how to do virtual reality, period, right? Where they could have been like a very talented computer graphics artist or a developer or a programmer. And if we can help mold that path for them, so by the time they graduated, they have much bigger chances of getting hired by companies like Mental and others. I think you start building that ecosystem, and the problem with scalability, you start having a market that has a lot of people that you can choose from that can help build out the content on the metaverse.
Can I add on this, please? Thank you. I think it's really important, as you said, to mentor this new generation. They have to understand. I graduate about 200 medical students, and I'm very lucky that when I teach them ophthalmology, they come in the very last year. So they're about to go to their internship. This is what I tell them. You're doctors. Believe me, physicians aren't what they used to be. In a couple of years, you're going to be outdated. Two things, because the AI hasn't come into the curriculum of the physicians. I say two things you have to master. Follow your passion. Go into whatever subspecialty, but master two things if you want to be at the frontier. One, artificial intelligence. Whatever subspecialty, take it in. Secondly, and we know this, we call it the genomic or the personalized medicine. You know, each of us, God forbid, if you have two brothers or two cousins who have the same disease, the same stage of, let's say, God forbid, cancer, they go to the same doctor. They're given the same treatment, right? One of them improves, the other doesn't improve. It's not the doctor's fault, it's your genetic makeup. So now, even though we're going with AI, which is so important, also another parallel, and this is what the government is now looking into, is your personalized medicine. You should not be given medication according to your diagnoses. You should be given medication according to your genetic makeup. And again, so we really have to go parallel with these two, metaverse, artificial intelligence, virtual, and at the same time go into the personalized medicine. Because for physicians who I have to, you know, prepare for the future, this is what I insist on, because they have to be at the frontier. Medicine isn't what it used to be.
Thank you. Just a quick question. When we talk about seeing patients, and you mentioned about, you know, going through and speeding up the process, doctors are what they used to be. Patients are also, I think, psychologically what they used to be. Would they miss that personal interaction? Does it affect the physical space? Some positively, some negatively?
Thank you. This is why I started with the diabetic centers, where these patients don't even get a chance to see the doctor. If I had gone to a luxury hospital where he could make an appointment and be seen, he's not going to accept it. It's the culture. You know, changing the culture of people is difficult. I don't know if you've recently gone to a physician. I hope not. We've gone paperless. This is what a patient will say. I walk in, all I see is the back of the doctor. He's doing everything. So we have to change that culture. So we started with the diabetic centers. These patients do not see an ophthalmologist, give them anything. We also did a survey, by the way. We did a survey at this event we did. So we would ask them questions, and then we would say, how do you feel about artificial intelligence? Then we would let them go and get their exam, and then ask them post-exam what they thought about the artificial intelligence. Wow. Before, no, I want to see a doctor. When they went and they sat at the actual camera, and they got it in 1 minute without no appointment or anything, the satisfaction went up. So again, it's changing the culture. And the only way you're going to be able to change it, not only with resistance, is starting with the people that don't have access, and then it will pour into the others.
Thank you. Mr. Ahmed, I'm going to put the question back to you. I guess we had some technical glitches. How do you see the economic challenges for some people? Because some industries will be disrupted.
Yes, so if we talk about, if we talk about the immersive technologies 10 years ago, it was really hard for anyone to even get the hardware. Today, a VR headset is 1900 real. It's cheaper than an iPhone. It's cheaper than most Android phones. It's cheap to get into that ecosystem. If it's AR, everyone have an AR-capable phone. So it is cheap to be a user. But as we always push, we don't want to be always users. We want to be producers as well. We want to create our own content that is localized to us, that reflect us. So what we did at ITRA is we built one of the most advanced immersive technology labs within the region, and not just build it, because there's many labs within Saudi. The thing is, we are, as far as I know, we are the only publicly available lab that anyone can go into the lab, just walking into the lab, have access to that, all that hardware that can cost an arm and a leg, because it is all development kits, not available to the public. Some of them, they don't even sell it to anyone without even, like if you're not a big organization or a medical research center, they won't sell you those hardware. So we do have that hardware available in the lab. We have it available for anyone. They can come in, we talk to them, and we loan them the hardware, or we let them develop that content, that application, that experience on that hardware to be able to push them through. Build a prototype, see where you go. Because when it comes to software development or any experience development, always start with a proof of concept. Prove your concept. Is it correct? Then start developing your prototype. Then start pitching it to investor, because it costs a lot of money to start any application and to build any application. There's a lot of applications that the prototype would cost less than $100,000. Now, they are they worth those applications within less than 10 years with hundreds of millions of dollars. We have examples in Saudi. We have an example of those, like an application that is in the phone of any Saudi here, sitting here. It's Hunger Station. It's an application that started with a small budget. Now everyone uses it around the kingdom. Those are a small example, just a small support. Start with a prototype, test out your application, and then push to the market. And that's what we're trying to do. Development itself, it's not always, as we always emphasize on, you need the tools, and that's why we're trying to provide the tools. We don't want to be the only ones that provide the tools, because we are based in Eastern Province in Dhahran, but the kingdom is so big. So we're always emphasizing to everyone we meet, try to push the boundaries, try to support the ecosystem around you, try to support everyone in your area, see where they can go further.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hani, quick question. You mentioned avatars and our digital identities, Twitter handles, Facebook, you can dovetail on that. People are genuinely scared. Will we lose our individuality? And will we be still able to live in a society and have normal interactions? And you saw the effect of COVID, especially on the young people. How do you respond to people, as Professor Selwa said, people are scared, people are always afraid of adopting these technologies. How would you respond to that?
The way that I would respond to it is that, as the internet was maturing back in the 90s, I remember similar conversations happening about, our younger generation being sucked into it, and there's the fear of the unknown, I think, is what it is. Now, everything in moderation, I think, is good, and everything, if it's done to serve a good purpose, I think there are advantages to be honest, to conceal your identity online that can help you get over some fears that you may have, right? We were once engaged in some soft skills training, leadership training, where people had some fear of public speaking, right? So imagine and part of it was they didn't want to embarrass themselves. So if you conceal their identity and give them the opportunity to start in a small room where they can present to one person, one avatar, without them knowing who they are, and then you gradually level them up to a point where they can present in an auditorium if they have to. So, I see a lot of positive, but you're absolutely right. I think if we're not careful and users start spending a lot more time online with their avatars that they create and customize, there might be an identity crisis. And I did mention there needs to be a deep psychological analysis on the impact of those immersive technologies on the users. And there are some early reports, but I think there's still, I don't know that many people that spend more than 1 or 2 or 3 hours. There's probably a few online that did an experiment and spent 2 weeks non-stop in VR, but that's one person. That's not enough data for us to really understand the long-term impact. So a lot of unknowns yet.
When it comes to any device, any new technology, any object in life, there's the good and the bad. that water bottle in front of us, it have good uses and bad uses. The thing is, how do we use it? Yes, we identify the risks, we identify the faulty things about it, but it shouldn't let us be scared of it. We should not be feared of it. We should embrace it and try to use it in a good way. And that's what we need to focus on. Yes, we have to identify the risk. We have to identify everything that is not that great about the technology, but we still have to adopt it and fix those faults. That's what we should do. And it's a new technology. It's a new world. It's still being defined. So we should be adopting it to try to define it and not wait for others to define it so we can jump into it.
Okay. As long as you have the mic. One last word of advice, guidance to our students, new generation, and I'll ask each one of you to just give a 1-minute synopsis because we're running out of time. We can go in, I think, all day. This is so enlightening, but.
So my biggest advice is I'll always say, learn, like today, when I ask you how many languages you speak, it's not just your Arabic, your English, your French. No, it's how many language you speak and how many programming language you know as well. You speak Java, you speak C++, you speak Python. You have to learn those. Yes, those are the current, but also the new technologies or the new languages is the game engine development. We use game engine development a lot in immersive technologies. Everything that is built within immersive is built around game engine development. But the thing is, it's called a game engine, but it doesn't only use game engine. It's not only being used for games. We use it for broadcasting. We create movies. There are full movies that are created using game engines. There are all games are created using game engines. There were broadcasts that being broadcasted using game engines. You fake a full studio. You create whatever you want. The world is yours. The thing is, if you try to create your own experience and you try to look for a game developer now, you won't find anyone. You will find someone, but when you try to hire them, they will tell you that I'm busy, I have a lot of work, because there's a shortage worldwide of game engine developers. Because everyone is trying to adapt it, but there's not many people who's jumping into that opportunity. So that's your time, that's the opportunity for you. You're still building your career. You're still learning. Start learning these new tools and new skills that you can open up the world for you.
Mr. Hani?
I mean, first of all, I'm jealous to be that young at a very exciting time. There's a lot of opportunity for the students. And honestly, I second what you said. We are looking for talent. So what I would give them as an advice is find a way to learn the skills that are needed to be hired in a very exciting space. I hope that the educational system can move as fast as the industries are changing. And if there's a gap, I encourage them to learn. There are platforms online, I think, where they can teach themselves. I think there are programs, internship programs that are available at Savvy Games probably, and we know that we're offering that. So learn and try to, there's going to be a lot of opportunities, and those opportunities require skills that are not well defined yet. So you got to work extra hard, find potentially online resources that can help you, look around, ask around. The exciting thing about what's happening in Saudi Arabia is that there's an industry that's growing very fast, both in games with the recent investments in Savvy Games, and we're seeing an investment in the hardware, Magic Leap now. I think the Saudi government and PIF are majority shareholders in it, and with that kind of ownership, I think there's going to be more push towards having content developed for those devices.
Thank you. Yeah. I want to add one, you said a key word. Don't wait for universities to catch up with the new technologies. If you look at universities right now, there is no degree for immersive technologies. Maybe there's 1 or 2 universities across the world that have immersive technologies, but you're surrounded by experts in immersive technologies. Your best tool is Google. You have the internet. You don't need to go to universities now. You have to go to university to get a degree, but your skills, you don't have to depend on the education that you get in the universities. You have the internet. You have the world library in an arm reach or a keyboard reach from you. It's in your pocket. The whole world library is in your pocket, in your phone. Just Google it, learn it, and try to implement it.
Professor Selwa, let me tweak the question a little bit. How do you tell them they're young in terms of age, how do they stay young in terms of passion and young at heart, as you have managed to do so?
This is what I say, embrace change. Embrace change. Change the culture. And it's not just the culture of your clients or your consumers, it's also the culture of the higher authorities who do have authority. And last but not least, and this is what we worry about here in the Middle East, fail, accept failure. Failing does not make you any less than anyone else. When you fail and you get up, that makes you a stronger person. So please, whatever crazy idea you have, it is not a crazy idea. It's probably an idea that can later take it and make it into a product. Your expertise, put it in a package, give it to the community, give it to the country, give it globally. Again, do not be afraid of failure. It is what it makes you.
Thank you so much. That was very helpful. With this, we conclude this panel session. I would like to thank all the esteemed speakers. This has been very enlightening, and I would like to thank them profusely. And I'll hand it back to the program and the person who will be taking over. So.
نشكر سعادة الدكتور عادل وجميع المتحدثين في الجلسة الحوارية.
If we could ask you all to remain on stage, please. Thank you, Dr. Adil, for facilitating the panel discussion, and we'd like to thank all the panelists for their contribution. And now, it's my honor to invite Dr. Effat and Dr. Aqila to come on stage to give the honorary plaques for all the participants that made this year's LNT conference possible.
نشكر الجميع على مشاركاتهم. أما الآن يشرفنا أن ندعو سعادة الدكتورة هيفاء جمل الليل وسعادة الدكتورة عقيلة للصعود على المسرح لتقديم الدروع التكريمية.
been honored to have Professor Selwa Al-Hazzaa. So, Dr. Selwa, please. Read the picture. Mr. Hani Abu-Ghazaleh, thank you. Our friend, Dr. Marsha Grant.
Our founding dean.
Yes. Thank you. Dr. Adnan Albar and Dr. Ibrahim Nasar. Thank you for helping us, IEEE. Thank you. عشان دكتور عدنان اعتذر. شكرا. جزاك الله خيرا. Thank you. Our long-time friend, Dr. Adil Ilahi. شكرا دكتور. شكرا. Mr. Ahmed Abdulrahman من إثراء أرامكو. Thank you. Thank you very much. شكرا. We have workshop and speakers. We will just announce their names. I have Alexandra Grant. So, Dr. Marsha, you can take the certificate for your daughter. Please. So, for Alexandra, she will have one workshop, which is very interesting, art and Metaverse, this afternoon through Zoom. So, we will send you the link, so please join us. Thank you. We have Mr. Usama Wahab Khan. This is for Dr. Biljana Popova. Unfortunately, she's in Morocco, so we send her a soft copy. This one for Rahila, we send her also a soft copy. Thank you. So now we'll thank our sponsors. Without them, we couldn't have this event running the way that we have it today. First of all, I would like to thank IEEE Saudi Arabia for their sponsorship, Mr. Ibrahim. So, mashallah, all the papers we have will be published in IEEE Explore, which is a Scopus database, so it's really good. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Red Sea Channel, Miss Nasreen Mohsen. Mr. Abdullah Bassam from City Lights. Thank you. Thank you. Nosderzan. So we have Mr. Khalid Arab, our students in computer science representing Nosderzan. Thank you very much. Kofik. Where is Kofik? Our friends from Kofik sponsoring the coffee breaks. شكرا ما جوش. خلاص دكتورة ميرفت. جاية كوفيك تعالي. Rafinato. Where is Rafinato? أيوة. Our student Ali Al-Haddad, Computer Science Department. So So Rafinato is one of the sponsors for the Ideathon competition. Thank you, Ali. Thank you. Royal Spa. Where is Tamer? Royal Spa. لا هذا الممثل. Royal Spa Tamer was here. I think he's hiding somewhere. So anyways, Faisal, you can take it on behalf of Tamer. Come here Faisal. Yes, come. دكتور زين. خلاص. تعال يا فيصل معلش. On behalf of your friend. ايوه مع بعض. So Tamer and Rafinato, they are the one that sponsored the Ideathon. Tamer تعال. It's very good to have students who have business, joining Effat. Thank you. Al-Kabli Trading. Where is Al-Kabli? They sponsored the chocolate breaks. Thank you very much. Al-Kabli. معليش. So Faisal is the Kabli sponsor. Thank you. Now we will announce the winners. We will announce the winners for the Ideathon. So we had schools participating. So we will have Layan Omar Badukhan from Al-Kawn International School. Majad Layan and Nahdi. روبا القرني وفاطمة القرني من دوحة الجزيرة. I think it seems that they left. MashaAllah, they have very nice gifts. So I am jealous. I want to take the gifts. So we have gifts from Rafinato and from Golden Spa. So congratulations to the winners with their ideas. Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctora. So Doctora لسه معلش, we have now one small surprise for all, which is the cake cutting. Yes, so we need to cut the cake and we take pictures. Thank you. I would like to call all the organizers, the volunteers to come on stage, take pictures with us. Please come. Please, all of you, come behind. دكتورة نعمة come. أيوة. دكتور فدا, دكتور عمر. Please come take pictures. أيوة, engineering people. You worked very hard. دكتور امتياز. دكتورة فين؟ دكتورة باسنت. Our students. Miss Najla, Miss Ala, please come. Our guests, please. Dr. Khudro, please come. Yes, you are part of family. Yes. Our guests, please. Tariq, you are hiding. Come. Miss Rida, just come. Miss Rida, تعالي. Miss Junaida, you are hiding. Yes. Thank you. Another picture outside with the drone. معلش. Everyone, we have to go outside. I'm so sorry. بعدين we will have the lunch break. I'm sorry. دكتورة. الغداء أيوة غدا. شكرا. أيوة this was the thank you very much. في فيصل هذا فيصل؟ أيوة. عبد الله. يا عبد الله تعال نصور مع الدكتورة هيفا دقيقة. عبد الله فينك؟ تعال هنا. كيف يتصور معاك عشان كذا؟ معلش. خلاص. ايوه كيف نصور؟ لا لا نبغى نصور مع الدكتورة. ايوه. ايوه Yes. I would like to thank my team who worked very hard with us, Miss Najla, Miss Ala, Mr. Ali, and Miss Madiha. So I want you to take pictures also with us. So this is my small team. We work very hard. Social media, design. خلاص تعالوا دكتور فدا. الأورجنايزرز بليز دكتور فدا، دكتور موسى، دكتور انفال، دكتور باسنت، دكتور زين، دكتور طيب. Please come. If I forgot any name, please come. دكتور باسنت فينك؟ دكتور نعمة come. My organizers please. دكتور أيوة انجينير ناصر. Do anything Mr. ناصر. Dr. Alim, come! Please help us, give us money. Thank you, Doctora. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone. Dr. Selwa, mashallah, you have been great. Dr. Zain, David is like my little son. Thank you, wallahi, Dr. Marsha, everyone. But we have a break session in the afternoon. So now we go outside to take pictures with the drone. Please, let's go outside. Thank you. Yes. Yes, good. We have 4 paper sessions. Okay.
تمسكي لي هذا عشان حنروح نتصور مع الدرون.
ايوه تعالي دكتوره في تعالي دكتوره استني شوي.
دكتوره سلوى.
ايوه تعالوا نصور. تعالوا. معلش جوعناكم اليوم.
لانه لازم عشان
انا عارفه المره الجايه we have to tweak the way that we do the talks يعني لكن الحمد لله كان حلو ناس مبسوطه. انا سريع. بليز كوم دكتوره وي وين معاهم. تعالي هنا تسي ما شاء الله جريت جوب يا نسرين. فيري جود جوب. خلاص هنا فقط الدكتوره هنا. هنا مع الجيران
الدرون برا
الحين وبعدين برا.
ان شاء الله طيبين. الحمد لله.
هاي نسرين تعالي. ايوه كم. دكتورة ما شاء الله نسرين هي المسؤولة على الريد سي شانل والتيتي لايت ما شاء الله فيري جود. تعالوا كلكم.
هذا ايش؟
الدرون. تعطيهم درون. كلمتهم؟ ما بعرف انا. خلاص خلينا نصور مع الدرون. تعالوا كلكم.
My session starts 1:30. Okay. Thank you. Capital S. يعني
Thank you so much for that.
benefit or who can be there are a number of instruments that is used, for example, waqaf, sadaqah, zakat, qard, all these can be used and these will be used as a source of funds to be used to deliver services for those who are underprivileged. So in our paper, we had a look at waqaf, Islamic microfinance, and sukuk. Now, the case study that we had a look at was actually sukuk on blockchain. Basically, sukuk is, many of you may or may not be familiar, but sukuk is a type of financing instrument which is Sharia compliant. It is the alternative of bonds, and basically the case study looked at how blockchain was used as the platform to deliver or to issue sukuk. And what we found is this particular blockchain that was used to issue the sukuk was used in Indonesia to provide for small businesses, SMEs and MSMEs, in other words, micro and small enterprises, and it was very successful. So looking at that case study, we want to propose that we should be able to use blockchain to raise finance through waqaf for underprivileged students who can benefit through the development of Metaverse. So let me explain that again. In our paper, we propose the use of waqaf, cash, in particular cash waqaf, whether it's temporary or permanent, to be used to buy sukuk, which is issued through blockchain, and the profits from this should be used to develop Metaverse for the underprivileged. This is our proposal. It is, of course, very new, and a lot more research has to be done by it, but there is a lot of potential for this area. So I conclude our paper by saying that there is a lot of potential for Islamic finance on blockchain, and recently the first Sharia compliant Metaverse was actually created. It's called the Netversity, which is actually on the Algorand blockchain. So and on this Netversity, a lot of courses on Islamic finance is being provided. So it's not impossible for this idea to happen as proposed by our paper. And with that, I end this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shireen. Do you have any questions? Yes. Can you hear? Can you come and speak here, because I really cannot hear. Anna? Thank you, Shireen. So the next one is the redefinition of mHealth applications